As a reminder, unfortunately, we still cannot have an audience with us, and thankfully we can have an audience with us at home. If you need to call in, the number is 1-877-568-4106, and the password is 637-867-285. Again, the phone number to call in is 1-877-568-4106 with the password of 637-867-285. During public input, you can send a correspondent to Christina Harrison at charrison@litchfieldsd.org or Michelle Flynn at litchfieldsd.org. So I'd like to begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Do we have any revisions to the agenda?
We do not.
For a second. Summary of non-public, excuse me, summary of non-public actions from July 15, 2020. Mrs. McDonald made a motion to approve the non-public minutes of June 17, 2020. Mrs. Harrison seconded the motion, carried in a roll call vote. Mr. Burke, yes. Mrs. Harrison, yes. Mrs. McDonald, yes. Mr. Myers, yes. Mrs. Hirschberger, yes. This will bring us to correspondence.
Well, I'm regretting my complaint that I never get any emails.
Tina, before, Brian, are you supposed to read the two?
Oh, I'm sorry.
People.
Roll right up. Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Tina.
That's okay.
Give you an extra minute to get ready.
Thanks.
So,
Doozy.
non-public, Mr. Myers made a motion to accept the nomination of Jacelyn Duford as CHS math teacher at a salary of $41,729 for the 2021 school year. Mrs. Harrison second, motion carried by roll call vote. Mr. Burke, yes. Mrs. Harrison, yes. Mrs. McDonald, yes. Mr. Myers, yes. Mrs. Hirschberger, yes. Mrs. Harrison made a motion to accept the nomination of Noah Benoit as CHS social study teacher at a salary of $41,827 for the 2021 school year. Mr. Myers second, motion carried by roll call vote. Mr. Burke, yes. Mrs. Harrison, yes. Mrs. McDonald, yes. Mr. Myers, yes. Mrs. Hirschberger, yes. That will now bring us to correspondence.
Great. I'm glad I opened this tab earlier. I just lost internet access. But, so we had as of 3:20 p.m. today, when I stopped checking email to come to this meeting, we received 101 emails regarding the reopening of our schools. So in the interest of time.
Since the last meeting?
Since the last
Okay.
meeting, yes.
That don't include the clicking on the web, on our web.
No, I did not do the
Okay.
parent input link. This is just emails directed to the full board.
Got it.
So we have 101 emails. Some of them, I believe, also commented on the link, on the parent input link. So I'm just going to read through. A lot of them echoed the same thoughts. Some spoke in favor or in support of each of the three proposed models for reopening. So I've got, what I've did is kind of go through all of the comments and reasons for being that people have voiced in support of different things and included the unique one. So I'm just going to read through. So on the question of athletics, we received 27 that said they were in support of running athletics this fall. Some of the reasons cited were that it was devastating to put 3 years in and miss the senior season. Athletics contributes to physical, mental, and social well-being. For some students, it's their only motivation to go to school. It helps with kids being motivated for academics by having to make eligibility. The NHIAA has established safety guidelines to be followed. Just as important as anything taught at school was one quote from one email. Division III teams have a very low number of cases currently. And if And someone said that if we go to a hybrid or remote model, they support keeping athletics running, as that would be a social outlet for their kids and would help them with coping with going to remote or in isolation. We received 38 emails in support of full-time, full population in school instruction. In-person facilitates the best learning. Kids need human interaction, more opportunities for social emotional development, somebody suggested that we increase masks in classes to full-time. In-person is the most effective for teachers, the best for students if physically possible. Working parents need kids in school full-time. If they have to find childcare outside of school, it increases their exposure. Hybrid model cuts instruction time by 60%, and I think that's addressed in the updates to the new draft, to the new plan. There were concerns raised with students in foster care losing their placement in foster homes if they're not enrolled in school full-time. It should be safe with precautions in place. We pay taxes for schools to be open. No data suggesting a risk to students. A hybrid is chaotic. These are just quotes. Hybrid is chaotic, remote, inadequate, without direct instruction. Kids need to learn how to relate and communicate with others. We received 22 emails in support of a hybrid model to start off the year. It's more manageable for teachers and staff. Addresses our space needs in our schools. Moderate response to COVID, benefits of in-person for all students. Safer, less exposure to other students. Need a smaller school population to adhere to safety requirements. Can build relationships and routines in class and then practice out of class. Easy to pivot to an all-in or all-remote model from the middle. May be able to avoid a switch to full remote longer by having smaller populations in school. And a chance for teachers to meet all students at the beginning of the year. One of the quotes that stood out was, when you swing a pendulum, it's best to start in the middle and have less of a swing than the more extreme from side to side. And then we received 8 emails in support of full remote. Equip classrooms for live instruction and class discussions. Workplaces, many workplaces are advocating for work from home through the end of the year. And it doesn't make sense to send kids back to school now when we see nationwide cases increasing. Someone said they can't trust kids to prevent the spread by handling their masks, following hand washing hygiene, cleaning and distancing. And learning cannot happen when health and safety needs are not met. Received a number of suggestions. Those included need a decision as soon as possible. I think we all understand the urgency in that. Ordering school supplies has been on hold. Masks should be worn full-time if possible. Listen to input from committee work. Build in more movement in recess time. Create cohorts by academic achievement. Create cohorts by grade level. Teachers may be more comfortable with face masks and shields. Make use of town facilities to spread out student populations. Make quarterly or semester commitment, not for the year. Circumstances change. Quarantine student athletes and travelers to keep in-school populations safe. Involve teachers in planning for performing arts, which we haven't heard much guidance on or planning for. Special masks and equipment for music and arts and other fine arts programs should not come out of program budget. They should come from the CARES Act. Put cooling off remote periods directly before or after scheduled vacations. It's kind of a built-in quarantine. Start slowly, reopen do a phased reopening. Use large spaces to spread out classes. Keep co-curriculars and athletics running. Make decisions based on current data, not what if. Decide to be proactive, not reactive, only when staff and students fall ill. give parents a choice between 2 or more options, offer later arrival for common planning time for teachers, think creatively outside the box regarding costs, reprioritize, and get it done. Do away with the planned remote weeks. Someone sent in that in mid-July, the American Academy of Pediatrics clarified their stance and provided a quote that returning to school is important for the healthy development and well-being of children, but we must pursue reopening in a way that is safe for all students, teachers, and staff. I'm summarizing here. We should leave it to health experts to tell us when the time is best to open up school buildings and listen to the educators and administrators to shape how we do it. And then someone suggested that we supply teachers and staff with N95 and 95 masks. And then I have a series of questions that I'm hoping that during our discussion of our reopening plan that we will have answers to, and I'll if it's not addressed, I'll certainly ask the questions. And then there were comments. Thanks for all our hard work. Needing time, consider the impact on arrival dismissal. Thanks for streaming the public meeting live. Thanks to LCTV for making that possible. Someone said they're confident remote instruction will be much improved in spring. It won't be the same as it was. Someone said FERPA is not a reason to not include remote instruction. Someone said they're pulling their student and applying for private school because we didn't have a plan for remote instruction and they need 5 days in school. Someone said the kids are all hanging out together now. Local daycares are up and running with no spread. Disappointed in lack of details on remote learning model. A teacher commented that they're not able to give their full attention and their best if they're split between in-school and at-home populations. And someone commented that they have been extremely safe and conventional over the summer, and they think a return to full in-person instruction without a remote option doesn't suit their needs. So that is 101 emails in a nutshell.
It was much faster than I thought it would be. Thank you.
And I shared the summary and all of the
I read every email.
Yeah.
I
I
know
was just
that
gonna
we
say-
all read every single email, all
It's important to
200
point that
and
out.
something.
right.
And they're all going to be,
I think
all the emails will be in the minutes. Yes.
I think it's important to point out we didn't rely on the summaries. I think everybody here read every email.
Right.
More
We
than
did
once.
read all this, yes.
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
did.
That was a good job, Tina, summarizing.
Excellent.
Wow.
I spent a lot of time in the last 2 days.
But-
I think it's important that, like you said, we did read them all.
Yeah.
I dove deep and tried to kind of highlight the,
And I hope no one feels slighted that we didn't read them. But a lot of times when we even receive 1 or 2 emails, if they're lengthy, consume a lot of time, that we'll just simply put them in the minutes and try to give a little synopsis of what it is.
And these questions are excellent because they're some of the questions I have.
yeah. And that's why I said
Yeah.
it. I'm hoping that we can discuss them as we go by.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Next, we have public minutes from July 15th for approval.
I'll make a motion. Oh, poor superintendent.
No, because I went down too far. Sorry. Superintendent comments.
So just a couple of quick comments. There is an enrollment update for you. You can see that we had a 3rd grader who is outgoing at GMS. It still has 96 students in the class, so it doesn't impact our staffing levels.
That was an addition or subtraction?
Subtraction.
Okay.
And the other thing is you'll also notice that we added a column into the report that you have at 80% because we are working off an 80% number as we go into reopening, what percent are going to come. So I just wanted to, let's have a handle on what the numbers are and what 80% looks like by grade. So that's why that column has been added in.
Okay.
Remember, that's a ballpark. We don't know until we until we adopt a plan and then send out a final selection for families.
Right.
But 80% was at least something for us to work with right now. At LMS, we've had a few more students who have gone out. I think we're up to 12. And so they're projected to be at 366. They have had a couple of students move in, but their class sizes are all under 100 at this point. So it's pretty manageable. And when you apply the 80% rule, it becomes more manageable.
Sorry, we lost 12?
Lost
Yeah.
12.
Wow.
And the high school has not gained nor lost. So they remain at 442 as their projection. It doesn't mean there aren't some who are going to tell us once we open.
Right.
That happens, but happens every year. But there you are with your enrollment update. And of course, we're watching the kindergarten and first grade numbers, and they're still where they were. So the next thing I have for you is, and Ms. Woodman's not able to join us tonight, although I think she's going to pop in later if she's able to at a later point in the meeting. But right now, there's a textbook selection that needs to be approved by the board. So Nate Cooper, who is scheduled to teach the AP Government and Politics class, Nate reviewed 2 textbooks. One is called Government in America, People, Politics, and Policy. And the other is called American Government Institutions and Policies. And he did all the work, brought it through PERC. His first choice is that we support the Government in America, People, Politics, and Policy book. That is coming from Pearson. And it actually is the least expensive by a few $100. And so the recommendation from PERC for the board is that we select and adopt the Pearson product for AP this year.
Do you need us
Make
to
a
vote?
motion to accept and adopt. Just one of them or both?
Just one.
Just as
The
one.
Pearson
Okay,
one?
his first choice.
Here's
Pearson.
Pearson.
I'll second it.
further discussion?
I do have just discussion on it because I think if we're going to use this so add in source or reference of research to justify this publication. I mean, the 2 sources listed were census.gov and pewresearch.org. How are those justifying that is a good book? I mean, I think that they need to be more specific. I trust that it's a good book because it's gone through the PERC committee, but in my mind, that's like, google.com as a source for some, it's just way too broad.
I would agree. Who's on PERC for the board?
That would be me.
Do you remember when it came forward? What?
We haven't met, so we haven't had a discussion on it, but
Okay.
Mary sent it out and asked if we all approve, and we did.
Okay.
Wait, are you talking about the source reference of
Yeah, I
research?
mean, the form that is needed to fill out
But
says,
I'm assuming the source reference of research is what the book used for a lot of their information.
Well-
You read it that way?
I'm not so sure, Rob, because it's actually the same on both books. So
right.
if you look at the forms, it has the same source.
But I'm thinking if it is the same material, Pew and Census Bureau would both be a lot with the top, as far as the topic being covered, AP Government and Politics. If those are 2 common research, I'm guessing here
Well,
that
if there's a research tool on Pew Research on that specific book, that's the link that it should direct to, because that's the reference for it. I mean, it sounds like that's a justification, and it says somewhere that, basically you're justifying what the book is.
So Mary actually just popped in to the meeting. So Mary, can you hear us okay?
Still back with
She's
you.
muted.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I was muted.
No,
Hear me?
we can hear you, Mary. So the question is on the textbook evaluation tool where it says source and reference of research, and they've got Pew Research Center and U.S. Census Bureau listed. Was that what
Okay.
Nate used as his source, or we're just confused as to what that source references?
Yeah, so the sources that are listed there are anything that Nate used in looking for his sources, but I do know that the Pearson book is the one that when we sent him to the training this summer, that is the book that they recommended. He also was impressed with the Cengage book, but was not happy that it didn't have an actual physical book component. It only has the online component. So, which was why he wanted to go with the Pearson. But that's any research he did in conjunction with with the recommendations from the AP board or college board.
So my point is just, they're just very broad. If there was
Yep.
specific research about that book, I feel like that should be listed there, and that would probably help the PERC committee.
Absolutely. It's a point well made. We'll review that. We don't do a lot of these, but
Oh,
we'll
okay. All right.
make sure we do.
Any other discussion?
I will say that if you look at the invoice for both of them, if we buy the Pearson, the Litchfield Public School District in Connecticut will be paying for it because that's where the quote is to. If we buy the other one, the bill is going to go to SAU 81 at 20 Library Street.
That would be Hudson.
So either way,
That's my district.
we're winning on both.
Hey, I say we get both.
Well done, Mary. I like it.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We need to do a roll call. Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian? Aye.
Every time.
We still need to roll
I
call
don't
now
think
that
we
we're
need
all
to do roll
here.
call now that we're all here.
Because people are listening in.
Got it. Okay.
All right, that will bring us to school board comments.
I have something.
Go right ahead, Tara.
All right. I've advocated for a flexible plan that is driven by safety and wellness. After I saw the hybrid plan last week, my position was that can't be the only option in our plan. We need to have a plan for changing conditions and clear metrics on what model is chosen for which conditions. That is why, for me, having a full in-person structure developed is critical, just as having an all-remote 2.0 plan is also critical. We have to be ready to move from one plan to another fairly seamlessly. There are many criteria which would drive the decision to choose an instructional model. Part of the decision of what model is selected is based on how many kids will be all remote. The other thing I advocated for was to put out a survey last week. Part of the criticism of past surveys were that they did not provide any descriptions around what the experiences would look like. So the survey last week did provide that. Ultimately, I think our responsibility as a board is to set the policy, which would be the back to school plan, including 3 options. The proposed plan calls for plan as in the 3 options, not one plan or another. The proposed back to school plan calls for a dashboard of metrics with a daily meeting of administrators to review the conditions which might prompt a switch to another model. Those are ultimate decisions given to the superintendent in the plan, which I believe should and needs to extend to the start of the year.
BM?
Will be discussed more. Yeah, to be discussed more, but I just wanted to get it out there. So,
I think a lot of those points you just made were clarified at our last task meeting, and I think they'll come up on the report.
Yeah.
Good. Anyone else? School board comments?
Yeah, I just like to say I didn't have a chance to watch yesterday's, was it yesterday?
Yep.
Oy, task force meeting because I was reading 101 emails and going through the policies that we're going over tonight. I was disappointed to hear members in attendance of that meeting and the board chair saying that the board would not approve anything other than an all-in plan. Well, I didn't watch it. That was a quote that I heard, and it was included in the notes of that meeting. I don't feel that way. I am siding on the side of safety and caution. If we can have an all-in plan that doesn't compromise the safety of our students, then I will be in favor of that. But I'm not willing to make concessions when it comes to the safety of our kids and of our staff. I was also disheartened that, to hear about to read in the plan that a consensus couldn't be drawn, that the LEA and the LSSA are not in favor of this plan, which which I'm disheartened about because without them, we don't have a plan. We cannot reopen without our teachers and without our staff members. If there are concerns, and I think we've all received the concerns on behalf of the LEA, I haven't seen any on behalf of the LSSA, then we need to address those concerns and get that buy-in. At the end of the day, I trust our administrators because they are the ones in the buildings making this work. The teachers are the ones in the buildings making this work. And I trust their input as to what is possible and what's not possible. What is a challenge and what cannot be done. I think we need to consider that input as well. So.
Anyone else? Yeah, so just one clarifying point to that. I expressed to the task force that the school board would not stand behind a hybrid.
That's,
And that was a consensus of the board.
it wasn't, I disagree that it was a consensus of the board.
I think that was clear at the last
It was
meeting.
very clear. There were 4 members that voted against the hybrid. They wanted all in.
We didn't.
Well, I don't think we
We didn't
voted.
vote.
Well, we didn't vote,
Yeah.
but we all,
Okay,
I think
I would ask that in the future, when you speak for the board, that we take a vote
Well,
and you speak
I
to the
agree with that
vote.
100%.
I agree.
One thing I would bring up is,
And I didn't think hybrid was hybrid in my mind was not off the table. For me, it was
It's not.
about providing I agree, it's not. So for me, it was about incorporating all 3 modes and improving the remote model that was
Right.
presented.
And you'll see that's what's in the plan.
Yeah, I did.
and I was going to wait till next week, but I'll bring it up now. One thing I think was brought up in 2 emails. Somebody brought up they felt that the board was ignoring what the committees talked about. And I'd counter that by saying, I think I've talked to people from every committee now. And I think it was pretty clearly expressed to me that 4 of the 5 committees didn't come to any type of consensus whatsoever going in. One committee had expressed more of a leaning towards hybrid. So I just want that out there, that I think the board discussed this at length. And I think not only the board, but a number of committee members were really surprised by the hybrid when it came out. Because it hadn't, there was, I think there's a miscommunication out there that people think all these committees came to a consensus and sent it to the oversight committee. And I can just speak for my committee, and Mary did a great job on our committee, but we never had a discussion about getting a consensus, choosing one of the 3. We just talked about the 3 options. So I just wanted to clarify that I don't believe there was any consensus reached on the committees. And I think the
Nor was
facility.
ours.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I-
it didn't come
Ours
to
either.
the level of
And I didn't-
which plan. For
Yeah.
us, it was line by line. Could we come to consensus around,
Yeah.
certain.
But I think that's important because people said that committees came to a consensus, came up with a plan that then was presented and rejected. That's not the case at all. And I will say I was a little surprised because I thought the weight of what was going on, and maybe not everybody in the committee, but I thought the weight was going more towards a 5-day in with plans if we couldn't facilitate that. So I was a little surprised when it came out, but I just wanted that out there, that I think people's idea of what the committees did and how it worked is not on the same level.
Right. And I'll if I can piggyback on that comment, as an, member of the operations team, that I kind of understood that was our role. It was to recommend what needed to be in place in order for schools to be reopened in full. And I think that's what we did. We provided the oversight committee with those recommendations. And some of them have changed.
And I will say, I've said this over and over, I think maybe we failed by not having direction. I know I've said that before, but I really think and I'm disagreeing that I think the direction was fairly clear, that the majority of where the board was leaning was towards more of a full opening. I think that should have been going in. What can we do to safely fully open? If that was the leaning of this board, that should have been clearly explained. So.
Right. But I didn't think it was the job of any of the subcommittees to make a decision on what model to use.
Well, I
Or to go
don't want to
with.
get into that. That's where I think our problem was. We didn't have a direction to go. And with Mike, I'm not pointing at you, but like, I just think as a teacher with UBD, which we all understanding by design, they teach teachers, if you're going to teach in an effective way, you start where you're going. You don't start at the start. You start at the finish line and you work back. And in a way, I don't think we did that with these committees. I think we kind of started at the beginning to see where we could go. And I think that's where a lot of our angst and our sniping on and frustrations are coming from on Facebook and whatever, is because everybody has, and I hate to say it, we're not changing. I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind. I don't think any of us are going to change anybody's mind tonight, but I think it's important for people to know that we didn't disregard the committee work. It's that I think there were just a lot of different ideas going in and
We also
how it
can't
came
look
out.
back. I
Yeah.
mean, this is the process we've been through. I mean, as messy as it is, I think in the end, we're going to be in a better place because we've had discussions on everything, like, you know, almost everything for every level. And even if, Rob, we chose one direction, what happens if 2 weeks later we switch to another direction and we hadn't discussed one or the other?
And Tara, I've been saying that to everybody that asked me about it, is Mike's in the worst position ever, because this isn't a normal decision where 51% are going to agree with you and 49% are going to disagree.
Yeah.
No matter what decision is made, probably 60% of the people are going to disagree with it because you have hybrid, remote, and all in. I mean, this is a tough decision.
And I think too that, I mean, I think too, if we focus on the fact that we're thinking about how we reopen, and it's not how our school year is going to go. You know, I think it's important that we have 3 plans, and that depending on the environment that we live in and depending on what's going on within our schools and around our schools and around our county, that we can pivot and make changes. I think having those 3 plans in place, I feel more confident that, you know, we'll continue to monitor the situation, and that wasn't outlined in the proposal that we saw last week. So I'm glad that, unfortunately, it was a 4.5 hour meeting and no consensus was arrived at. But I think we still need to, I think it's impossible to ask for everybody to agree that on what the best thing is. Like I've said before, we're all in different positions. We're all in different boats. And our job is to steer the cruise ship. So.
Don't have anything else?
Why are you looking at me?
No, just.
You're the only one who hasn't said anything.
My goal was to offer the people of Litchfield a choice. That was why the hybrid surprised me so much, because that isn't a choice for half of the people or a lot of people in this town. They need to go to work. And I was surprised by that, because I thought we went into the task force with all in or remote. That's how I thought we were sent off in our merry way this summer. And I was surprised by the hybrid. And that's all I have to say.
And we'll move on. I think any other conversation surrounded this, we might just wait until the presentation, because I think some of that is going to just come out and flow out. So.
Got it.
I make a motion to approve the July 15th and July 23rd minutes.
That's it. Oh,
Liz, you second?
yeah, I think we both did at the
Yeah.
same time.
I'll give it to you, Liz. Power them next time.
You already had one.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Tina?
Not I.
Liz?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
And Brian's an aye. And the motion was made by Rob and second by Liz.
Elizabeth McDonald.
Yep. All right. So that will bring us to reports. We have the business administrator with a food service price increase proposal.
And I'll point out that we have Lauren actually on
Yeah,
the call
I just
too.
saw it.
Oh, good.
Lauren's here also, so I'll start it. Each year they have to do there's a bunch of paperwork that has to be done for the state for reporting and such. There's a calculator tool that you go in that determines what you should be charging per meal. Our prices have been static for as long as I've been here, at least. I don't remember the last time they were adjusted. At this time, we would be recommending a price increase of 10 cents per meal, which is the maximum you can do by the state. The state, based on this tool, is recommending a 5 cent increase. And just to note, if we do not increase our prices by at least 5 cents, the difference, that 5 cents needs to be subsidized by the general fund. So we don't have a choice in terms of it has to go up at least 5. We're recommending 10 because it has been a long time since prices have increased. So there is a spreadsheet in there that shows prices within our cohort that shows us being a little bit less than most in terms of lunch. So you can take the time to review that. If you have any questions, as Mike said, Lauren is here too, so she can speak to some of the questions you may have as well.
I just had one question, Corey. We've ran a deficit the last 2 years, and I did the averages. So for elementary school, our cohort average is like 283, Tina?
Yeah.
283, and our high school average was
339.
I think it was 320. I think I gave it to you wrong. I think it was like 319 or 329 for the high school average.
Yep.
We couldn't approach. I'm just thinking, are we going up enough if we're running a deficit? There's obviously expenditures out there.
We can't go up more than 10 cents.
But they don't take it into account if we have. But even if we haven't raised it for a number of years, we couldn't appeal or anything?
It's been a few years.
No, there was in certain times, you can fill out the tool. I know I saw this in Goffstown too. You can fill out the tool. It can say whether or not you're on the right track.
Okay.
And you can electively change your prices. In this case, we're in a situation where the state's saying we have to go up by 5 cents, but there is a 10-cent maximum per year. In terms of the deficit this year.
Well, I understand this year, yeah.
Well, it increased what we were receiving from the federal government in terms of we were serving free meals, therefore we got more reimbursement per meal.
Yeah.
If we were serving our average number of meals per year, we probably wouldn't have had a deficit if we were fully reimbursed by the federal government, because our count in meals was down. So what we were receiving additionally from the federal government, if we were under normal circumstances and receiving that same amount from the federal government, we wouldn't have been in a deficit this year.
So you're saying our cost, I mean, what I've heard since I've been on the school board is that this is a neutral proposition, right? We're here to just cover our costs for this, for the school lunch, right? I mean, at least for the school lunch program. I mean, snacks is a different thing, but, so you're saying the cost is going to be 5 cents more for these meals.
No,
The
he's
price
recommending
charged
10.
to a family will be 5 cents, or be 10 cents more. That's what we're proposing.
Oh, you're opposing the
My
10 or the
question
5?
was,
You said 10.
what is the actual cost?
We're proposing to go up by 10 cents.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
And the reason we're running a deficit is that we're investing in the program.
Mhm.
So we've had to replace some equipment and investing in the people to do it. And Lauren's got a 2-part proposal to get after that, to offer breakfast at Griffin and the middle school. So that will increase revenue because and we can do it with existing staff. So we don't have to change anything. We can just add the breakfast program in. That'll increase revenue. Plus the 10 cents you can see at the bottom of the spreadsheet, that will generate additional revenue. So it's a 2-pronged approach to narrow that.
Sorry, can I talk? Am I allowed to talk? Oh, okay. Especially where we're going to be losing out on revenues such as a la carte and vending this year, which were 2 major scenarios with the reopening plan, just until we can kind of get a grip on everything. This is going to be pretty helpful to get that moved up.
And I think we're still, I mean, even with the 10% increase, we're substantially below the average of anybody in the cohort.
Oh yeah, if you look.
So Corey, if I'm not mistaken, the last time we raised prices, the teacher's cost was also on there. And I don't see that.
Say again?
Teachers.
Adult meals.
I think Lauren, we have discretion over adult meals, correct?
Yeah. My proposal, and I didn't include the adult meals on here, but is to raise everybody 10 cents. To just go right across the board, breakfast, lunch, and adult meals.
Make a motion to approve the cost increase to 10 cents per meal for Litchfield District Food Services.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all's in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian? Aye.
I do have a couple more items just to add on top. The financial statement audit, the field work in terms of that has been completed. There's a minimal pending list, which means inquiries from the auditors that I need to follow up on just to give them some information, but a bulk of the financial work is done. I'm just waiting for a couple pieces of information from them, any final journal entries that need to be made to close out the year. Once that's done, I can complete the DOE 25 and the MS 25, which I will bring to the school board at the next meeting on the 19th. And that way we'll have final numbers and we can get that report into the state. Design Day Mechanicals has completed the HVAC audit on all 3 buildings. Some of those issues were some equipment that we had on hand that had not been replaced or put in as those issues were being identified at GMS and LMS. A&E Mechanical was there on hand in order to fix those issues. However, going forward, in order to be ready within the next month, we're going to need to contract with a mechanical company or a contractor in order to give Dave some support in evaluating all the equipment and to get those things fixed in order to be ready to open within the next month. That would be the first step. The second step they identified was then contracting with a controls company in order to make sure that the controls are working at least to the point where we can control the amount of fresh air coming in as the winter months approach so that the cool air is not getting into the system and freezing up and breaking the equipment that's already aging, some of which they noted was end of useful life or approaching end of useful life. These are all things that we knew based on the H.L. Turner report. So we're just working towards that. I have Dave reaching out to A&E Mechanical tomorrow to see if they have the availability to come in and do that work with us. If they aren't available, one of the mechanical engineers with Design Day said that they have a list of vendors that they can put us in contact with that may have availability and to be able to come in. Probably take a couple of weeks to get into that evaluation, and hopefully they'll be working to fix it as they go. As a final update, I did provide a list, and I did update it today as well in terms of what we have for PPE and cleaning supplies, our inventory. So tonight, as we were getting ready to go into non-public, I placed an order for 1,000 pediatric size masks. That was at the request of Sue Seabrook down at GMS. I also believe that you're going to have kids at the LMS level that would need that size mask in case they either forget one or it gets dirty or they need a replacement for that day. So we will have 1,000 on hand. We'll also be providing a box for each bus so that if there is a child at the bus stop that does not have a mask, the driver can provide one and no child will be left at a stop or turned away. They'll be able to get to school. Those are my updates for tonight. I will have a full set, hopefully, of audited financials for next school board meeting, and I'll start to look at where we are to date in terms of what we've been spending and transferring. So, unless anyone has any questions, that's my report this evening.
Corey, I was wondering if we have any, well, first I was wondering if you have any idea of the cost implications of the repairs that need to be done to the HVAC systems. And
In total, long term, it's quite costly because a lot of the systems they need significant updating. In terms terms of what it will take to repair us to get up and running within a month, I'll have a clearer picture once we can get a contractor in.
Okay.
There was one last piece to the PPE and cleaning supply update. We have been in touch with a company called J&J Janitorial. I called them before non-public. They have plenty of hand sanitizer and wipes available. And I'm also going to see if they have gloves on hand when we're going to assign a grounds person to go over, take a ride over to Amherst if they don't deliver. So I'm going to take a ride over to Amherst, or one of the grounds guys will take a ride over to Amherst tomorrow and load up the truck, make sure we have plenty of sanitizer and wipes on hand.
They also sell party supplies if you need any birthday party things at J&J, just so you know.
I passed by them yesterday. If I had known, I would have stopped. Corey, do we have orders placed for any of these items that we don't currently have in stock? I'm looking especially for face shields and maybe masks that have windows. Sorry, I'm talking to the screen, but you're not actually there. So I'm just wondering if we have more of these supplies on order.
We currently do not. I want to follow up with the nurses to see what they think they will need in the individual buildings to get started up. And then as soon as I have some information from them, I'm going to issue purchase orders and get something rolling.
I would do a survey too of teachers. I know in Bedford, we received a survey asking if we needed face shields, masks, window masks, or anything special pertaining to our own position. So teachers would have an idea if they would like a face shield or not a face shield, or a face shield and a mask.
Shouldn't we just preemptively order one for each? I mean, I would think.
Yeah.
Want to wear a
Yeah.
shield.
But I think you just order.
One per each.
It's minimal expense, and rather than fight with it and worry.
There's also different types of models too, because Devin
Wow.
showed us
Right.
one the other day that his shield and the mask is on the bottom, so it's not restricting to the mouth and face.
Right.
I mean, bring Devin. I just think the more you get out of the way, and instead of
Get them.
deluging Mike with surveys, I mean,
Yeah.
if we order 100 instead of 78,
Or
it's
have the
really,
admins.
it's not going to be that much difference in price.
We did.
I just think a couple of key things is that the stuff is available. You can walk into a local hardware store for the most part and buy stuff now. So I know there was a concern about what we had on hand and supply, what we could get. We're feeling pretty confident. And we will now start to stock and to get it in hand.
Good.
It's actually easier now than it was a month ago. So
Good. Except for wipes.
except for wipes. Wipes are good. Yep.
Nobody has wipes.
And
State site available yet to open from?
we have a link from the state and we can order. It's not free. So people think the state has stuff to give out. They
Yeah.
have stuff, they have contracted with vendors.
Oh,
And so they're just serving as like a middle person to help us get it.
I'm just gonna say this and don't get mad. Why do we have to clean with wipes? I don't use wipes at my house. They're too expensive. I have a spray bottle. Do you know what I mean? Why are the wipes, are they better? Is it because they're disposable?
Sue Seabrook brought that up also. There's just soap and water. Just spray it down and done.
No, I was just curious. I mean, you could shaving cream.
Convenience.
I've cleaned my desk
Convenience.
with a lot of, it's a convenience, that's fair enough.
The only thing to keep
I
in
would
mind
go the
is,
soap and water route personally. I don't think that's enough.
It's not going to disinfect surfaces.
yeah. And another thing to keep in mind at home, you probably have a higher quality paper towel versus, I mean, our paper
Have you
towels,
seen our paper towels?
they're like squeegees, and then
Yeah.
you
That's
just need
true.
something a little bit higher. So you have to keep all that in mind, whereas the wipe sort of serves both roles.
I was just curious.
The other thing too is I mean, I get nervous spraying disinfectant chemicals and then, around students and having them wipe it up afterwards. I mean, there's some safety concerns there too.
Mhm.
Not that a Clorox wipe is all that safe, but it's,
I
We
was just
let-
curious.
Do we let the students now use Clorox wipes out of curiosity? I know every
I think so.
class has them. The students use them?
I've had students that the parents asked them not to. So we used baby wipes, honestly.
Right, but for the most part, do they use Lysol wipes now? Clorox wipes?
Yes, so
I feel like Sue Seabrook would say no to that
All right, well,
because it's a chemical.
So
you
are
have
the
in your
teachers,
hand
are the
and you're-
teachers?
I
I know
yeah.
some teachers have,
I've heard her a lot on wellness.
Well, I only ask because I know that every teacher asks for them and every teacher has them in their classroom. So is the teacher using them to
Right,
wipe
I
things
don't
down, or is the students using them to wipe things down?
I don't trust
think
my
it varies by
students to do
teacher.
it. I do
It
my
varies
own
by class.
preference.
So some students and some teachers. Just asking, because I know I've sent in a plethora of wipes.
That's when you could get them. Now they're a
Right.
hot
Right, in the
item.
past, so I'm just
Especially
wondering.
the Sentiva
I'm just
ones.
curious who uses them, that's all I'm asking.
I think it's varied. I think it depends.
Okay. All right.
Just one other point to support, I have to go back to the ventilation issue. So, one thing that I'm going to reemphasize with the board what I've said before, and that is that Dave Ross has both the institutional knowledge of how to do this and the ability to get at the systems. A lot of it is controlled by Dave. So I'll be optimistic. If Dave wins the lottery and moves on us, we're in a difficult position. So part of our strategy is to get Dave some help and to get some redundancy in the system, because you can't rely on one person to know all of this, right? And so just keep that in mind, that right now it's working, frankly, because of Dave, and we need to do better than that. So, the multi-million-dollar solution is a complete overhauled mechanical or automated system controls, right? That's that's down the road, many steps. Right now, we really have to begin by getting somebody else trained up with Dave.
All right. Anything else for Corey? All right. Now bring us into old business policies, second reads. Our first one is BCB, board member conflict of interest.
I put comments in each one as I read it.
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you said.
Oh, I'm just saying, I commented right in the
Oh,
documents,
that's
so
right, you did.
any questions or changes are already in there for me. So make a motion to approve policy BCB, board member conflict of interest, as a second reading.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all's in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Tina,
Aye.
Tara,
Bye.
Liz,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Brian, aye. 500. Next is DAF, Administrative Federal Funds.
I'll make a motion to approve policy DAF, administration of federal funds, as a second reading.
Second.
So Tina made the motion, Tara second. On the first one, Tina, you made the motion. Tara, did you second that one also?
I did.
Rob did.
You guys gonna take turns? Does anybody else want to make a motion? Liz, you want the next motion? You can have it.
Nope, I like your little system over
All
there.
right.
All
Makes
those
it
in
easier
favor
for
of
Michelle, too.
DAF for second read,
Aye.
signify by saying aye.
Oops.
Aye.
Aye.
Tina,
Aye.
Tara,
Bye.
Liz,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
and Brian's an aye, 500. Next one is DI, financial management and reporting.
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy DI, financial management and reporting to R as a, second reading.
Go ahead, Rob, you can take the rest of them.
Second.
Tina made the motion, Rob second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain. Tina,
Aye.
Tara,
Bye.
Liz,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Brian, aye, 500.
It makes me laugh every time.
I know.
Next is DIB, purchasing.
I'll make a motion to approve policy DI,
That's DJ.
DJ.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's
DJ.
okay.
DJE,
Thank you.
B.
B.
And DJB.
Hold on, hold on.
DJ,
Backslash
DJ.
DJB.
Oh, is that where we are? I
Purchasing.
skipped one. All right. DJ/DJB, purchasing, as a second reading.
I'll second.
Tina made the motion, Rob second. Discussion? Hearing none, all's in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Tina,
Aye.
Tara,
Bye.
Liz,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Brian, aye.
Aye.
DJE, bidding requirements.
I'll make a motion to approve policy DJE, bidding requirements, as a second reading.
I'll second that.
Tina made a motion, Rob second. Discussion?
I just had a question. It indicates that we may use a pre-qualified list of persons, firms, or products to acquire goods and services. And I'm wondering if we do we use that? And if we can make that public? Because I read in another, let's see, district allows vendors to apply for consideration to be placed on the list as requested. Can we see the list, I guess, as a board? And I also noted another policy states that we will solicit bids from minority and women-owned businesses. So I'm wondering how many of those are on the list.
So
Basically, if we could just see the
I
list.
can answer that if you don't.
please.
Yeah.
So in the past, certain bids, we would go to the board, because we knew we had a lot of people that were going to bid, we'd get the board to approve an approved bidder list. But that's not a list we keep on hand for every bid.
Okay.
So it's only at certain times, for certain bids, when we know that there are, more than 10 bidders, let's say. Yeah.
Okay.
So, because we have had that in the past, but
What types of things do you use those
Roofing.
lists for?
that was a big one. The roofing
Okay.
one was a
It's
big one.
usually major
Pieces of
projects.
Construction, okay.
So I've seen it, like, we could have done it on the canopy. You want to make sure that somebody
Right.
bidding on it has the ability to do it. So they have to qualify and show that they've had the experience, that they've got the proper insurance, et cetera. So then you're not opening a bid from a small operation that really can't handle the work. So it's a way of getting, but it's specific to that project is the only way I've seen it. Like,
It is.
you pre-qualify for the project,
For that project.
and it's usually something that's a substantial project.
And then that list is just kept on file for, however many years.
So
you're supposed to.
supplies and regular maintenance type things, we don't have these lists
We
for?
used to years and years ago.
Those aren't really a bid, though.
We used to.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But even so, we had a big bidding project between 2005 and 2007, where every year we would have a list of all the supplies in the inventory in the district, and we'd go through 5 or 6 bidders, and
Oh,
then
shit.
the state opened up their portal of bidding, and then we just went with the state contract, we just went with that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michelle, I didn't dig deeper, but do you happen to know what the policy about contracting with small and minority businesses and women's business enterprises is?
That was something that when Steve Martin originally wrote the policy, part of the federal non-discrimination law.
Yeah.
Tells us to put that in there.
Okay,
But we open bidding up to everyone
Of course.
anyway, so
Yeah.
of course.
anybody can
Yeah.
bid.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
So that.
So we have a motion and a
I already made
second.
a motion on that one, right?
Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain. Tina?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Ah,
Oh,
see?
you went out
Oh,
of
you
order.
stood up that
Tara?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian's an aye. 5-0-0.
Boy, it's amazing what amuses us these days, right?
The next is DKCA/R travel reimbursement.
I'll make a motion to approve policy DKCA/DKCAR for second reading.
I'll second, sorry.
Tina made a motion, Rob second. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
And Brian's aye. The next is DN, school equipment, supplies, and disposal.
I'll make a motion to approve policy DN, school equipment and supplies disposal
I'll
for a second reading.
Second with discussion, for discussion.
Tina made the motion, and Rob second.
And Mike, just because you're the one on the line, are you comfortable with that line about the superintendent maintaining the list? Did you see? It says anything that's bought with federal funds, you have to have a list that's easily
Guess that's
pilferable.
And that's all under, so Mary does the title grants, and we have inventories of all
Okay.
that stuff.
I just wanted to make sure you're also, I didn't know if that was.
When the state comes in, they audit us, I think every 3 years. They look for those lists.
Okay.
You have to tag stuff, asset tags. It's pretty specific in the law.
I didn't realize we had
I didn't realize we-
co-referable
yeah.
items.
Well, I'm assuming that's probably our kids' Chromebooks, right?
If they were bought with title
If
funds.
Title funds are
Yep.
used, so yes, everything.
To make certain the funds are used properly and disposed. Yeah.
And
Makes sense.
yeah, because remember, only certain students, it's targeted certain ways. So, yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian's aye. 500. Next is GBAA, sexual harassment in Title IX employees.
I'll make a motion to approve policy GBAA as a second reading.
Can you do JBA at the same time?
Yes, and JBAA.
Sexual harassment in Title IX students.
Yes.
Second both.
Discussion?
I had a question. I went through and wrote the word sexual way too many times today. But I thought we had discussed including, because there was some confusion when Tara and I read it, and we just wanted to make it clear that these Title IX policies are about harassment, discrimination, and violence of a sexual nature.
And they are. The word, when it says free from sexual harassment, discrimination, violence, it means sexual harassment, sexual discrimination,
Right.
sexual violence.
Because we have other
the language
policies.
that
I think it's just
the,
because it's
the-
Title IX. Title IX directly.
Title
Yeah,
IX,
yeah,
That's the
okay.
language that the legal counsel suggested.
Okay.
She said it just makes it a little more concise instead of repeating.
Yeah. I know. I had to repeat it several
But
times
we,
today.
we fully know what these policies are for.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
I have a discussion.
Good discussion.
I'm sorry. That was a question.
The other thing that I noticed was there is a section, let's see, under section 2,
Which one? J or G?
both of them actually have the same paragraph. So there's a list of bullet points of what constitutes sexual harassment. And then underneath it, there's a sentence that says sexual harassment includes claims of discrimination based on gender identity or failure to conform to stereotypical notions of masculinity or femininity. And I wondered if we could rephrase that just to be a little more sensitive. I didn't like the word failure of not, so can we change that to, what did I say? Nonconformity. And then I wondered if we could just make it another bullet point instead of singling it out. Maybe we just say something like verbal comments, slurs, or discrimination based on gender identity, and include that as one type of sexual harassment.
But I think this one's being very specific the way it's written about stereotypical notions.
Right.
You know what I
I
mean?
think that's what the sentence, unwelcome conduct or communication determined by a reasonable person to be so severe, blah, 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 it all comes under.
Okay.
I think it's because it's so
But I
specific.
can run it by.
Yeah, I just didn't like failure to conform. Is just such a negative connotation, and I'd like to make it a little more open.
But I think what it's talking about, it's not talking about the person's failure to conform. It's talking about the discrimination somebody's imposing upon that person. If you read it, it's not about the person who's
Right,
not
right.
conforming.
Right. I know. It's just a pet peeve, just a semantics issue for me. But if that's the recommended legal,
It's funny.
Most of it's right out of the law.
I've just read it
yeah,
like 3 times, and
can see it
if you
both
take
ways.
out the or failure to conform too, because it could just say sexual harassment includes claims of discrimination based on gender identity
right.
or stereotypical notions of masculinity or femininity. Whether somebody conforms or doesn't, it's just if you're talking about that sort of
Right.
stuff,
Right.
you're out of bounds.
But I
I
think,
will say the attorneys wrote it for us, so I
Okay.
worry sometimes about.
but Mike, to say what you're saying, if you take, I know what you're saying.
Change the
Yeah, yeah.
meaning.
If you take out that or failure to conform, now two guys in the locker, I mean, I hate to say two boys in the locker room joking back and forth with nothing to do with this can now be in violation of, it changes the meaning of the law, if it's how I would read it that way.
See, I read it as,
Because regardless of the terminology, the failure to conform is the
Standard.
harassment. That's the harassment. You're harassing the person for failure. So if you take out that failure to conform, now it opens up to everything.
Right. I see what you're saying.
But I mean, there's no, it wouldn't cost anything more to ask legal counsel, right?
add it to the list of other things we're we're asking legal counsel. Thank you.
So we had clarification.
I would suggest, only because we really need this in
I was
place.
gonna say,
as a
we'll make
new
a
law.
motion, we'll approve it, then if we need to change it afterwards, we
Yeah,
can
it's a
always bring it
small
back.
issue. If we can change it later, that's
It's a
We can
fine.
always bring any policy back, so,
The fly
Oh, yeah.
is a fly.
Driving
I
me
know,
nuts.
it's been here for a while.
Yeah.
All right,
Folks at home, if we see us flailing, it's because there's a fly.
so we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain. Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian's and I. So we can just check with the attorney, then if we need to, if we get clarification, we can always bring it back again. All right, that will bring us to new policies, first readings.
So if I may just set this next section up. There's a memo in here. It outlines that we engaged with Heather Murray, who used to be at the Department of Ed. And basically, in looking at all of the, certainly remote learning has changed our perception of how students earn credits. And then we realized that we had a policy on earning of credit, on extended learning opportunities, on advanced coursework, advanced placement courses, and concurrent enrollment programs, on distance learning, and on alternative credit options. So basically, as the law sort of morphed and changed and the minimum standards changed, these policies got written to the point that it was like alphabet soup, and we really couldn't tell where we stood. And, somebody could look at something and say, well, that's clearly an ELO. And somebody else would say, no, that's clearly an alternative learning opportunity. So we needed to get some conformity to it. And so Heather, who was at the DOE as all this was changing, we just brought her in and said, help us mop it up, because it'll take us too much time to sort it all through. And especially while we're trying to get our school reopening plans done. So what you're looking at is Heather's suggested rewrites of all these policies, and basically how she thinks that it all comes together and makes it cohesive. We have shared this with Bill Lonergan and Jody at the high school, because that's really where a lot of this comes into play. The only concern they had is, and it's something that we want to take a look at and we can get right for the second read, but the concern was raised over ELOs, because in the ELO policy, it talks about credits. Is it credits or grades, Bill? It was grades, right, for ELOs. And we do those on a pass-fail basis.
Yeah.
And so we just want to make sure that we're clear in there exactly how we do our ELOs. So, but other than that, this work represents Heather's oversight. And actually, I'm kind of proud of it, because I think we would be one of the first districts that has sort of incorporated it all into one place and standardized it so that it's not alphabet soup any longer.
So the first policy we're looking at is IK.
Liz, you're up.
These are near and dear to your heart.
In this
so-
policy, I just want to let you know, in this policy, we will link the
Okay.
subsequent policies so that
Oh,
parents
right.
don't have to go flipping through policies. Click the link, there it is. And the
Great.
same with going back to the D policies there.
Yeah.
That DAF will have links all through it for directing to the policies that they coincide with.
Okay.
Now, I saw, Mike, looks like there's a bit of work to do. Will this be in effect this year, do you foresee, or it'll take more than a year?
No, our goal is to get these in effect. That's why we're here now.
Okay.
And especially with what we're facing with potential questions about how students are engaging in academic work, we really wanted this to be cleaned up before we venture into it. And this sort of gets after, we had conversation last year about credits and VLAX and so forth, and this pulls all that together also.
And the next set of policies following this will be our assessment policy, because we have to check that with them.
So I just had a question. I don't know if it's IK, but is there change language in here which allows VLAX to be included in GPA? I didn't specifically see that.
That should be in the distance learning policy.
Extended learning.
Second.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah, I think it's in that one.
Yeah, it's in the second line, second paragraph down.
All right, can we come back to IK?
Okay.
Oh, rats. Still walking around without it.
What do I say? I propose, I recommend, I approve,
For first read.
It's a first reading.
I approve policy IK, earning of credits for its first read.
I'll second. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Abstained? Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian? Aye. Next policy is IHBH, extended learning updates.
I'll take it back over, Liz.
So because we created the earning of credit policy,
Yeah.
that trickled down to all the other policies that come in.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve policy IHBH, extended learning opportunities.
I
First
second.
read.
First
First
read.
read, sorry.
And I second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Tina?
Aye.
Dara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian? Aye. Next is IHCD, Advanced Coursework, Advanced Placement Courses, and STEM Dual Concurrent Enrollment Program. Jeez.
It's a long.
I'll make a motion to approve that one for first reading.
I second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian? Aye. 500. The next is IIMB, Distance Learning.
I'll make a motion to approve policy IIMB, distance learning for first reading.
Second.
Tina made a motion, Liz second. Further discussion?
So this is where, okay, so the
Yeah.
VLAX is mentioned here, but it doesn't say it will count as part of the
It-
grade point
It
average.
is on.
It
The
actually,
previous one, does it fall under the bucket of the one that we
I
just?
thought it said at the end something it relates to.
So policy IK says grades and credit granted through demonstration of mastery through any of the pathways above.
It's at the bottom of the second page. The course shall be included in the student's
Grade
GPA.
Shall be included in the student's GPA.
Bottom of the second.
And I think it mentions in there somewhere there's a policy coming up or
There
something like
is.
that.
Yeah.
yeah, but Tara's right. If you look at the second paragraph, it says VLAX is an accredited New Hampshire public high school. So satisfactory completion of course requirements through VLAX credits are approved by the building principal or designee and treated as transfer credits. So therefore, any way that you would handle a transfer credit, whether it was taken at VLAX, at Nashua, at, some other school in Kalamazoo, those are credits coming in, they count as the GPA. So what it's basically
Okay.
saying is that clause is
Okay.
saying you can't exempt VLAX, they're
Yeah.
transfer credits.
One of the other policies said transfer credits count towards
So
GPA.
that must have been there.
I think it was the
Okay, just trying to
first
piece it all
policy.
together. Okay, thank you.
And so, and
I read
it goes on to refer back to IK, which
Yeah.
is the first one we approved tonight.
Okay. All right, got it.
So we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz.
Aye.
Rob.
Aye.
Brian. Aye. Last one is IMBC, alternative credit options.
Make a motion to approve policy IMBC, alternative credit options for
Nice
first
second.
reading.
Tina made a motion, Liz second, discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. Tina,
Aye.
Tara,
Aye.
Liz,
Aye.
Rob,
Aye.
Brian, aye. 500. That now brings us to coronavirus review and update, fall school reopening plan update.
Hey, we're right on time.
We're
As of this moment.
We're not, because we're supposed to be doing our next new business item at 6:45. So we're just beginning the topic before that.
No.
But if we can do it in a minute, we'll be all set.
That's not one yet.
No, if we can do school reopening in a minute, we'll be on time.
Oh, okay.
Can we just get the mascot out of the way real quick, or is that not?
Pleasure of the board.
It's only like
prefer to do that.
It's literally like three lines. Right?
That's fine. We're not holding anybody up by doing it, but.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking it'd be easier to get rid of it.
Sure.
Yeah. Is this a new policy?
Yeah, so let me introduce the concept. So as we look at the statement of unity that the district put out, and as we look at what's happening with the mascot question across the country, the Washington Redskins are probably the most
Turn the heat up a little.
I
the
was just thinking the same
most
thing.
glaring example of this. I thought it was important that we have a conversation about the mascots that we have. Currently, the high school are the Campbell Cougars. The middle school are the Raiders, and the elementary school are the Tigers. So we have some diversity in the way we look at the mascots across the three schools. And I think we should examine that. So what we're proposing is a school mascot policy, which we don't currently have. There are other school districts in New Hampshire that have proposed a policy, and this is our draft. And I think if the board accepts this as policy, it will then trigger us to examine the mascots that we have in use against the policy and to decide if we need to make any changes.
So this is a draft, correct?
So this is a draft, and it would be a first read introduction tonight. Or if the board honestly thinks that policy is not the way to go on it, that it's not necessary, that's feedback that we can receive, and you can point us in a direction that you want to see us go.
I'm wondering, because there has been some discussion. I don't know if if you guys have all talked about it with people in the community about going to one mascot for the district, keeping it consistent from GMS, LMS, and CHS.
I heard, like you start with what's a little cougar?
Cubs.
Cub, like a panther and a cougar, like going that way, but we all would have the same colors to keep Litchfield colors.
I think at least
I
the
would like
middle.
to see all the
Personally, I think
colors.
at least the middle school and the high school should be the same color, so kids can at least carry stuff up with them instead of having to go.
Tom will
from
have to buy a whole new wardrobe.
So Tom just jumped in.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. Sorry, Tom.
I think what we just did is exactly what I think the policy makes the importance of, which is we went from conceptually what's the right thing to do to colors and a scheme and a progressive, all of that stuff. And I think we almost have to begin with, because we have history, we have things that we've done. So I'm thinking if we at least you point us toward, let's do the policy and say, should it be, not offensive and so forth, not derogatory, not offensive to persons of any race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, ancestry, age, or persons with a disability. That gives us a jumping off point to examine where we are. And then if it raises the question of, because it's a great point, this happened in Bedford where the high school and the middle school had two different color schemes.
Yeah.
And they became aware you just go with the high school colors because that's what kids wanted to purchase because that's where they were headed. So,
Yeah.
Right.
but you can get to that conversation down the road.
Sure.
Another community, Litchfield, may decide, no, we think the importance of having a different color, school color is important too. So
Cubs, bobcats, and cougars. I can see it now. Unless you're offended by tigers and bobcats.
Some
And
people
cubs.
maybe.
You could be. I like the idea of the same color, because then you always know your kid needs a red shirt or black pants or whatever LMS is what.
I just stopped buying LMS stuff after their
Yeah.
second year there because I knew it was just going to be dated. I mean, most of it will be too small, but hats and stuff like that. I make a motion to approve the school mascot policy as a first read, I guess.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Having none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Tina?
Aye.
Tara?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Brian? Aye. So where do we go then right now as far as the mascot at the middle school? Because that's the one that came up as far as in conversation as to whether or not it would go against our policy.
Can't we just
Well,
paint
so
the
we
Indian?
just did
the
that on
person?
our first read,
Yeah.
right? So we
Yeah.
need to bring it back. I think we need to allow, if there's public input on
I think it's
that,
important to allow that.
to allow that. And then once the policy's in place,
Yep.
Mhm.
I think we begin the practice, the steps of examining where we are and what we want to do going forward. Tom, I know you're here. I want to see if you have a different thought on procedurally. I mean, it's not a new topic for you or the school, I don't believe.
No, the staff's we've talked about it. We actually started talking about it last year. We've talked about it actually multiple times over multiple years, but we had some conversations at the beginning of last year. We never went really any farther than that, but we're well aware of the concerns that are out there regarding our mascot, and as far as colors go, I'm kind of mixed on that. I feel like there is something about building spirit and character around the students where they're at that time. And, when Litchfield built Campbell High School, I think, things sort of changed in the district in terms of the flow of a student, K to 8, when they would graduate to middle school back in the day, they would go to West or Alvern, and, leaving the middle school was a big deal. I think when they come into 5th grade now, I think, we work really hard at the middle school to build spirit and something special while they're there. So I wouldn't want it to just be seen as this is just a temporary, although we know to a degree it is, but it's just, sort of a temporary stepping stone. So I'm not sure about the color thing, but I think we should be the king of the jungle, the lions, personally. Everybody. No, I don't really know about the color thing, and I'd like to get some input from staff and students and folks on that too.
Tom and I have joked about I think alliteration is the right word, but Litchfield Lions. I also think Litchfield Lynx sounds good, and they actually lived here versus
There
the
you go.
Lions from Africa. Just saying.
I like,
It opens up a whole host of conversations about the family of cats and what we want to do.
I do
Yeah.
think GMS being the Cubs is really cute.
Me too.
Just
I'm
gonna say
so
that.
about those Cubs.
Anyway,
All right.
that's my own input. to the
Because
matter.
we want our kids to be little again.
Yeah.
Just speaking timing wise, if the board approves August 19th, the policy, after the public's had an opportunity to weigh in, it still gives us time for the start of the year, and Tom can quickly do some engagement with the community on this. And so, we can then figure out, the color scheme question or the,
It might be a really good way to, bring in and start the year. We're redefining ourselves.
I'm going to point out as we transition to our school reopening plan that we have our beautiful new,
Oh, that's true.
and you will notice that the middle-aged child on here is
It's
blue.
blue.
Mm, that would ruin everything.
Yeah, we have to redo
But,
the whole thing.
we can work on that. So, all right, are we ready for that, Tom?
We are.
School reopening. So actually, I see everybody has joined us. We have the 3 principals. I just want to do a double check, and everybody. Yeah, so we have everybody with us. So Basically, we're bringing forward to you this reopening plan. This was posted this morning. I've tried to highlight in green major changes that took place since the last meeting. I'm just going to begin by saying, the quote that's on the bottom of this, preparing for battle. I've always found that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And it's a quote from President Eisenhower. I think it actually shows what we've landed with I think he's right in the sense of, having a plan that would be rigid and then would go out the window the minute this unforeseen circumstance came forward, versus what we now have is a plan that provides greater flexibility, more options available. We've had much deeper engagement with our faculty, the community, and I think we're better positioned to be able to respond to the unknowns that are just around the next corner. So on some level, I know there are frustrations about what we've been able to do. There are frustrations that we haven't reached consensus on this. But I think we actually have a better blueprint of where to head, depending on what unfolds. So in the executive summary, I added in the fact that that we couldn't reach consensus, and that the LEA and LSSA, our two associations, ultimately were not able to support this plan. There are questions that they continue to have and that we'll continue to try to answer for them. And also that there were members of the task force who just aren't confident that a full reopening is safe to be done. And I've responded to a lot of people that, we're still a month away from a potential opening date. So a lot can happen in the next month. We can watch schools that are opening in the South and the Midwest and see what's happening with them. And that can help to provide us some guidance, if you would. It's one more piece of information that unfolds as we look at what to do here. The other thing is that I put a paragraph in on page 6 about task force conclusions. And I tried to really honestly reflect what unfolded so that it's captured in writing there, that, everybody did their best. They came to the table, everybody provided options and so forth. But ultimately, the two associations, in thinking about the safety of their membership and their employees, our employees, couldn't support it. Also that, parents came out, gave us massive feedback. I thought it was pretty diverse feedback. I take exception to people who say, well, it was just the people who wanted something or were opposed to something who came out. That's not who I heard from. When I poured over the volumes of email, it was coming from all angles. And so, I really think it was pretty diverse feedback that we received into the record. And so in the end, it's articulated here that there are many who feel that a reduced cohort will be the safest option. Fewer kids in school will be safer than more kids in school. But we have to make that call depending on what the conditions are when school approaches. So under in-person services on page 8, we've added in that there would be 2 levels of in-person services. So it would be full and hybrid. And so full is basically full in-person services minus the students who are remote. So we'll always provide the remote option because we feel there's somewhere between 10 and 30% of the families. So it depends on the survey you look at, but somewhere between 10 and 30% who are, until there's a vaccine and they know their child has been made immune through a vaccine and have confidence in that, they're just not going to want to send their child to school. And we need to educate them. And so our proposal is to educate them through the full remote model that runs simultaneous with the full in-school model. And then if we have to scale back on the numbers attending and go to a hybrid model, we have varying ways of looking at that. So there's one model where you would simply select a small portion of students who would not attend on a daily basis and therefore have class sizes that are more manageable for the teacher for social distancing, et cetera, or physical distancing, I'm sorry. And then there's a model where we would just reduce it to half and have half the students attending on a daily basis. So we would be somewhere between, if 20% are remote to begin with, And we feel we need to get another 10% added into that. It might be a handful of students who would be selected not to attend. And then if we need to go even further because we're seeing an increase in cases, we would move to a model where it's an alphabetic division and you would have like A through L attending on one day and the rest of the alphabet on the other day. So we want the fluidity to be able to see what the situation is, what are we dealing with, and then how do we scale to the right size on it
So
with hybrid.
I guess my question is, do we know that 20% remote is the right answer? Like, is that definitely, we can accommodate 80% of our kids in the building, in the classroom? Or does it
So-
vary by grade level and,
What we know is 100% with existing space, staffing, and class sizes, we probably can't maintain the 3 to 6 foot. It would shift from some option to removing masks to you have to have your mask on the whole day because you just can't keep that physical distance. So, so it's all those parameters that it makes it very difficult to predict because you just don't know what the number is until we get a firm commitment. And even some of the surveys, we've done several surveys, but there are inconsistencies in the data. There are a family where both mom and dad filled it out, and then
like mine?
an assumption that mom and dad filled it out the same way. So,
Good point.
it's
Yeah.
just because two parents did it doesn't mean they had the same viewpoint of what was the option. So that's why I'm saying that we're somewhere between. So that data is pointing us toward the 20%, but I'm saying it could be skewed one way to be 10% and another way to be 30%.
We just don't know at this point.
So really, the next step after we adopt this as a framework, the next step is to survey parents with, you need to tell us who's your child, what are they going to do? Because once we put the child name on it, we'll be able to sort out duplicates. We couldn't sort duplicates because,
was
one
just
parent's
like-
email, how do you match it up? How do I know that that's the
Right.
parent of the same kid? So.
Well, and the other thing is you don't know that 20% who are choosing remote are evenly distributed throughout the whole
And
district.
Dan brought that up yesterday, that
Yeah,
it's all well and good that if 30% want to do remote and you can like work within that 70%.
Yeah.
But if everyone in second grade decides they want to go remote, then
Right.
you're right back to where you started.
exactly.
So the good news was when we pivoted out of the data, it seemed to be pretty evenly distributed between the 3 schools. So
Okay.
it didn't seem as if there were more remote learners at the high school than there were at the elementary. It was pretty similar. What we don't know is if it's similar by grade. So it didn't
Right.
break it down to a grade level. So if it was the whole 8th grade was going to be remote, that's a whole different problem to wrestle with. So we're really making an assumption that it's evenly distributed across the grades, and
Okay.
that may not be the case.
So just to be clear, when at the paragraph that you said the LEA and the LSSA did not support this plan, what plan are they talking? What plan do they not support? Is it this whole thing? Is it a full in model? Is it the hybrid model? Is it the remote model?
So
I mean, if
the
our plan
president-
is to pivot based on conditions,
So the letters that we received from both presidents, it's really just, it's about in-person services. So it's about people being in the buildings and just questioning whether that's safe to do. Or, by putting people together in the space, will you increase the likelihood of transmission of the COVID through proximity and contact?
Right,
So
right.
I think it would be, I think both associations would advocate for continued remote learning with teachers being remote and with students being remote. But clearly that is not what our parents are expecting.
Well, and that we know that's not what's best for kids. We know that interaction is what's best for kids, and 5 days in is what's best for kids. But we all agree with that. We all want to reopen and get back to normal, but these aren't normal times either. So
Who is going to be teaching the hybrid kids if we go from full in? So we have full in, we have remote, and then we might have to scale back to hybrid. So will the full in teachers be teaching the hybrid?
Yeah, so the
Just
students-
following along with Google Classroom?
Right, the
Yeah.
students will be assigned to a teacher and the teacher is responsible. And whether the student is in class or at home, that's the responsibility. Now, that's a whole different skill set to,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm
to be
confused.
keeping this balance
Right.
going.
Mhm.
And
That's a lot on the teachers.
it's a big ask of the teachers.
And a big ask on the parents also, because now you disrupted as far as a week, as far as breaking it up.
So a couple of things that have been added in on page 9. So Mary and I are proposing, and I don't know how we end up doing these votes on this, other than if you accept the report, or you could pull it, a section of it out and say, we can't accept this piece, I guess. But on page 9, what's in green is a phase-in reopening of schools. And if you click on that, basically there were 4 PD days that occurred at the start of the year. And then there were 4 instructional days. And we're proposing to really make it 8 days to get up and running and to phase in over the 4 instructional days that we would be doing additional PD and training relative to working in the COVID environment, how to move around the building, how to think differently and make sure that our staff has talked it all through. People who've been on the task force know that you can spend 2 hours having one of these discussions and it goes by really fast. So we want to make sure that we provide the PD time for our teachers. The other thing is that they would be having welcoming meetings with the remote learners. So there needs to be an opportunity to meet with the remote families and say, here's who I am. This is how we're going to operate. This is where you're going to look to get materials. This is what it's going to look like on a daily basis. Practice it with them. We need time to do that. And frankly, we need time to do that with the remote learners without also having the in-person learners there at the same time. And then we're proposing to phase in the classes. So it would be kindergarten, grade 1, grade 5 and 6, and grade 9 and 10. So basically 50% of the students at the school. So again, even when they attend, it's like we can get them oriented to the way they're going to operate. There will be a computer in the classroom set up. We will have classmate peers learning in a remote environment. And we need to train everybody what that's going to look like. And then we repeat it the next day with the other classes. So that before we do, and the other piece is it allows us to do the bus runs. And there's so many little details that we have to get right about this, that this is a way to ease into it. And then the first full day where the remote learners would join the in-person learners would be on September the 9th. So it would allow us that opportunity to phase it in and get it up and running. This is, by the way, the LEA was very vocal that they wanted to ensure that we had the PD time at the start of the year. That was a critical element to success. And that's why we worked it into the plan. So it's not as if everything that the associations asked for was overlooked. This is a big shift in thinking, but it allows us to really get up and running. So that was a new add since the last meeting and the feedback that we got. So I'll just pause on that one for a second to see if anybody has.
Are we pretty confident the state's going to be flexible with the hours, days this year?
Yeah. So remember a couple of things. We have the 186 days in our contract, 180 instructional days. What the governor said is you can shift up to 3 of these days and have them count. We're shifting 4, but we have students in for a partial day on those days. So it really
They count as school
So
days.
it's really 3 days without students that would be just PD focused. And then, a half a day here, a half a day here adds up to a
Right.
whole day. So we're absolutely in compliance with the guidelines of that.
And that still would have to be approved by the LEA as far as the switch and the additional PD days.
Yeah, except they asked for it. So it'd be really hard for them now to
I
say.
think it's a win.
Because they demanded it. So
Right.
No, I'm just saying, I hear you. I think it's important. I mean, we've all said it like at the task force, the need for, because not even that, it's also like going through the process of disinfecting what has to be done. How do you handle, different situations?
Right. Is there a reason that we decided to do the phased opening for in-school students by grade level and not
If you look at the ones,
by the
like,
alphabet?
because it's like 5th grade, you're transitioning to a new school, 9th grade transitioning to a new school. Okay, and 1st grade, they're all transitioning. So it's all the transition ones
Okay.
that were done first.
I was just thinking for bus runs and things like that.
Well, the other thing
That would make
is,
more sense.
so if I am a 5th grade teacher, I know what I'm doing on that that day, but what's the 7th grade teacher doing? And the answer is observing and supporting the 5th grade teacher.
Thank you.
If we have everybody in,
Yeah.
then it's all hands on deck from a
Right.
staffing angle.
Right.
So when Mary and I talked about it, we thought it made most sense to double up our staff
Yeah.
on that first day and then reverse it. It's like, okay, what did we learn from that?
Yeah.
And now it's time for 5th and 6th grade to support 7th and 8th.
Okay.
And so it was a way to use
No, that
the
makes
staff
sense.
smartly.
That makes sense.
And maybe on the buses, what we can do is just get cutouts like they do in sports now. Put
Oh,
them on
perfect. The
seats.
big heads?
Yep.
Nice.
The other thing, just to remind the board, is that there is a proposed calendar that's in this report. And that proposed calendar basically incorporates everything we just talked about, but it also has those cooling off periods around the weeks. And so
I don't like the cooling off
I don't either.
periods.
Can we just, and I know we have flexibility, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but I don't like them. I mean, I
I'd
can
rather
say that,
I'd rather hold them for when we need.
yeah.
I'd almost rather have them in our pocket. That these, and,
No,
and
I'd rather
honestly, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Like the Thanksgiving, I don't mind at all the Christmas one. But I'd almost rather use the other 3 as if we need those in
Right.
February.
Like for the flu.
I'd hate to plan
Yeah.
them. Yeah, I'd hate to plan one at the end of January and find out we need 2 weeks in
Right.
I
February.
think I'd rather see just like within the plan, because I was thinking this, we didn't really discuss it yesterday, but just within it, just the flexibility that at any given time, that if we need to like shift to all remote.
Pivot.
because of-
Pivot's the
Yeah.
key.
Pivot.
Pivot.
I just think I agree with Brian. I think it locks us into.
I didn't
that.
even think
Yeah.
about that. That's
I
a
You know,
good point.
we find out we need a bunch of them in November, December, then we get to January, February, or January,
Right.
March, they're already in the schedule, we don't need them.
I think if kids are in school, we should take advantage of every day they can be in school. Because that's the most,
So
I don't know
it's
about-
okay.
It's not to say they may not fall where they
falling
are,
about the same.
but
right.
just having that
Right.
flexibility.
And I don't know, but I mean, just speaking for me, I have no problem with the November one and the December one, where they're short weeks anyways. You can use the extra time to clean the schools, but it's the long week ones, the full week ones to me, I'd rather keep that. Personally, I think.
Because we might need them at another time.
I mean, from what
Yeah.
everybody says, we probably will need them at some time.
We were trying to notice the parents so that they could sort
Yeah.
of plan ahead around that. So the
Can't go anywhere.
Well, I think the problem's going to come down to, Mike, the parents have it's not these that are going to bother. Well, some people will bother because they have to work. The ones that are going to bother them are the ones that are going to come out of the blue anyway.
And that's the thing. I think we need to make it abundantly clear that, even if we give them a choice at the beginning of the year that you can choose between remote instruction and all in, you have to have a plan B and a plan C.
Absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
if we're putting forward these plans and saying, based on conditions, this might change, then I think it's important, so that people aren't caught off when we say, oh, we have to reduce population by 50%, we're going hybrid for the next 2 weeks. So I think we just need to encourage people to make sure,
Have contingencies, like we are having
Right.
contingencies.
yeah.
And you said you were thinking about like giving the parents, like notice. If you're remote, you can do remote anywhere.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter.
Right, and these aren't vacation weeks.
Right, it's
You know,
still-
they're still working.
Right, it's still full instruction, right? Oh, why is it so cold in here?
I shut off the fan.
Jason's got it.
So like with
You-
Thanksgiving,
better.
Christmas,
Plenty of fresh air.
basically what we've done is just have an extended.
Yeah, there you go.
So I don't even know if you need to do that, those 3 days of remote before Christmas, where you're going to be going into,
Well, I know. I'm just saying I have less of a problem with that because I think
right, but it's the same thing.
I can adjust to that easier.
But I
than-
think even those, Rob, I think we should just like pull them off.
I'm open to whatever. I'm just saying
Yeah.
those don't bother me as much.
Right, but I think we just pull them off. If we don't need to, like Tina just said, the more we can get the kids in school, the better off we are. So why bother putting remotes in there? Possibility of remotes. If anything, what will end up happening is parents will look at that and say,
We'll
hey,
take a
we can leave
vacation.
earlier for vacation
Yeah,
and
yeah.
take off to Florida, hopefully not.
they'll be done by then.
But honestly, if they do, Brian, I mean, to be the devil's advocate, it doesn't really matter because if it's remote, it's
Right.
remote. They can do it anywhere.
Right, but what if it doesn't end up being remote is my point.
Mhm.
Now the child has 3 absences because they're not in school. That's what I'm just saying. I think all of them that we put in here as far as additional possible remote days, we just pull them out and just like Liz said, pivot when we need to.
I wanted to mention too, I don't know if it's in there. I know there's a section in the recommendations for travel. We're planning hopefully a trip in February during February break.
Flu season.
It might be the case that we have to come back and quarantine, depending on circumstances everywhere. So, if I was opting for all in, I'd keep my kids home and do remote that week. Is that something that we can accommodate?
We believe so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we talked about like a child that, let's say a child is like a little ill.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than missing
Has
a
a
day.
cough. Yeah.
Right. And the same with the teacher. And we
Mhm.
discussed that too, like how teachers can go about doing that. So
Okay.
instead of them calling out, like
Mhm.
Patrick used as an example, like he has a sniffle.
Sniffle.
Sniffle. But he still wants to teach.
Yeah.
And he just wants to be cautious, doesn't want to like spread it.
Yeah.
So he would just call and say, I'm going to be doing a remote learning day today.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
then it's a matter of getting someone in his class to like observe the class while he's not there and
Facilitate
continue
it.
teaching. And it's like a win-win because now you, again, still have the teacher in front of the students rather than being home.
And using a sick day.
Correct.
And if they are sick and they can't teach, they have a sick day. They can
Right.
use. Right. Okay.
So do we have consensus that you're okay with the phase-in approach and the restructures? September gets restructured, but you want to pull those green remote days off the calendar.
Should we be voting on little pieces like this? Is
Well,
that what you're thinking?
There's a few.
this is a big one because we got to get this
Yeah,
out to
yeah.
parents. So
I'll make a motion to approve the phase-in schedule for the beginning of the school year and remove the remote cooling off days from this calendar.
I'll second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. Tina,
Aye.
Tara,
Aye.
Liz,
Aye.
Rob.
Aye.
Brian, aye. I think, because you want to send, you're saying send the calendar out. I think maybe making a notation on the bottom that, just that there may be a time where, well, I guess it's in the plan anyway, but I would even add it to the calendar.
we'll get that added in. Barbara's joining us and she's the calendar keeper, so she'll make that adjustment for us.
It was all the color.
All right, thank you for that. So the next big thing is we added in section 6 on data-driven decisions. So we're trying to come up with some metrics. People asked us, what are your metrics? How are you going to know what we're doing? And so the first thing we did is looked at other plans, and I'll be honest, I got this, I first heard of this from Salem Superintendent Mike Delahanty, and it was found in the Pinkerton plan also. So they had used the information. And that is the Harvard Global Health Institute's risk level tool. And I thought, okay, so we've got Harvard University, arguably one of the best universities, research universities in the world, right here in our backyard. They are doing a meta-analysis of all this data, so we don't have to go out and collect it. We can click on the link and it'll bring us to a global map. You can zero in on the US and then you can zero in on New Hampshire. They break it down by county. They do the math behind it to say how many new cases are there per day per 100,000 people that live in that county. And the math is done for you. And it's a 7-day rolling average. So they keep saying over the last 7 days, what's been happening? And it gives you an indicator. And they've also tracked it out to, are you increasing? Are you increasing at an alarming rate, or are you just increasing, you're staying steady and so forth? So remember, this is one tool.
So Mike, will you have, if it goes to, if we get a huge spike, will you have the ability to keep school in session if, say, like, what was it in Derry where that retirement home had like 84 cases and if it's a retirement home that gets a huge spike, but that's what it is, but it goes from whatever it is, yellow to orange, will you be able to keep school in session, or does this say because of the spike you have to?
No, so that's just one indicator.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
So what we've done is Jason's already created for us a dashboard. And so we can go into, this will be for the administrative team. So we're going to propose this meeting every day.
Is this it?
Just to touch base. That's it. That's
Yeah.
the map.
So pretty.
Yeah.
And so what happens is the website that Jason literally created in 3 minutes when I said it.
He's creating a new one now.
There you go.
Dashboard. but that map is on there. So we don't have to go look at that map and then go look at something else and look at a third thing. It'll all be incorporated into that one site. So when we meet as a team, and it'll be a remote meeting like this, I'm sure. There's no need for Dan to hop in the car and drive over to Campbell. We can all hop online. What do we have going on? And that's one map that we're going to look at. And you're absolutely right, Rob. When I saw like the numbers in Goffstown escalated.
Yes, that was crazy.
I think it was Goffstown. I'm sorry. Yeah.
There. So once I found out why that happened, you go, oh, okay, it's isolated to a particular place.
It's like 100.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the right place to ask the question, but I heard the word attendance. I don't know if it'd be Michelle would know or might. Do we have to look at any policy that would like flunk a kid automatically if they miss so many days of school to adjust for this year? You know what I'm saying? If parents keep their kids home over an overabundance of caution, do we have any policies we'd have to worry about that if a kid's out X number of days in a trimester, in a semester, they
Yeah,
flunk?
you would, because the remote is being offered. So
So we don't have to worry about that?
Right. So what we're looking for, and remember, there are enhanced engagement expectations
Yep.
By the teachers, an expectation to engage with students, but there's also an expectation that students will engage with teachers, right? So it'll cover the attendance policy piece.
So we don't have anything that says if a kid misses 20 days in a semester, they automatically flunk.
I don't think we do.
I think that's old school.
I know, but I just want to make sure we don't have something
No,
that's
yeah, it doesn't
there.
affect their grades, but they get a letter and a
Yeah.
truant. It goes to
Yeah.
truancy.
It's just when I heard attendance, I just want to make sure if somebody keeps the child home over.
Well, Devon's our truancy officer, isn't
Right.
she?
Yeah, so actually Devin, Bill, or Tom, or Dan, do you see any conflict with loss of credit due to absences? Now that we're in a competency-based environment, I feel like we're okay, but I want to make sure.
don't all talk at once. We can't hear you.
So I think attendance is important. Having said that, I don't believe as an educator that that's the be all and end all. But I do think it's important to track that, to monitor that, because we have to know students who aren't participating and be able to address them through either Mike Perez or through Devin or through some other means. So I think that's an important piece of this, because the lack of contact, we know, oftentimes indicates the student's not going to be performing and not going to be doing what he or she needs to do. So I don't think it's something you ignore. I think it's something you pay attention to.
If I could just jump in, we absolutely built that in to, as Mike mentioned, into those guidelines for both teachers and for parents and students. The idea that there has to be engagement. So if a student is going remote because they are ill or whatever it might be, they definitely should still be engaging in that remote option, and the teachers are required to kind of make sure that they're engaging in that. We've outlined that in the details for remote as for teachers as well as for parents. The other piece is in a competence. I agree that we need to worry about attendance, but in a competency-based system, the attendance, the student seat time does not actually equate to the student's competency. So I think we need to keep that in mind.
And I agree, Mary. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something somewhere that said if a kid misses X number of days.
GMS had a policy that you can only miss X amount of days.
I know for a fact our high school in Guilford has that. It's like, I think it's 11 days in the trimester. You can't.
Tom and Dan, do you know?
So I want to make sure.
Isn't there?
I'm having a hard time hearing some of that, but obviously as a public school, we have to hold students accountable for attendance, and truancy is outlined very specifically in the in the state law and the reporting that we do every year. So that doesn't change. I think our frustration last year at the middle school was with the students that just sort of dropped off. I think there's a parent education piece to this that we're going to have to be out in front of this year. I think that there's going to have to be very specific expectations around what remote learning, what are the requirements from the family, sort of what are we asking them to engage in with us, because I think it was a two-way street last year, where we would get very frustrated when there was, just sort of this lack of engagement on that side. So I just think it's a partnership. We need to work together, but putting those expectations out clearly up front is going to be very important.
And I think working together, we can always look at student-specific situations and try to come up with a plan that's going to assist the student. But like Tom said, when there's a lack of engagement or response from the family, it's very hard for us to try to continue to move forward. So there are situations when there's no active participation. I'm not talking about seat time, but there's no active participation to even attempt to meet competency. Those are going to be the difficult conversations where there is only so much that we can do if we're not getting responses back. So.
And I think at GMS, at least my ideas and what I started talking about, even with the remote option, it's following more of a strict daily schedule too, with check-ins, whether it be morning meetings, small groups, whole group instruction, those things. There's actually going to be kind of a remote face-to-face moment. So it won't be the case where we had last spring where sometimes, it's been, I've been pushing out the work and I've been communicating, but I haven't heard back from them. You're going to really have almost real-time check-ins with the students. So those students that are going missing, we're going to catch them and notice them quicker and earlier in the process than we may have in the spring.
Nice.
So just back to the map for a second. That's not the only thing we're looking at, right? So I can't emphasize enough that you have to dig deeper into the data, as Rob pointed out, to figure it out. And if you look at the other elements here, we are looking at student attendance, and especially our nurses are going to be much more specific at tracking why somebody's absent. We're going to ask families to engage with us as partners and say, I'm keeping them home because they've got a sniffle and a sore throat. And now we hear two indicators of, let's keep an eye on that, right? So this is not the year where we want a parent to sort of say, well, they're just homesick. No, we really need the details because everybody's health depends on that honest forthcoming. And then we'll keep track of it. You can see we're going to do the same thing with staff attendance. So Sue Seabrook said yesterday that the nurses need to take on ownership of tracking staff attendance.
Yeah.
If it's sickness related, then they're going to want to know what are the symptoms, what are we dealing with, et cetera. And we trust adults. If they say it's allergies, I get this every year. Okay. Tell me more about your allergies because, it's possible that, I tend to downplay my symptoms until it's too late. And so I think we want to make sure that we're engaging at a deeper level with this. That will also be on the dashboard. So we'll have a record of who's out and can sort of see that, and it'll become part of the discussion. And then the last point is monitoring what's going on in our neighboring districts. So if, Pelham is in a full reopening model and all of a sudden they've had a shift to hybrid, it would be a call to Chip. What's going on? Is it a staffing thing? Is it a COVID related thing? Just so we can get a sense of why another district has shifted off what they originally opened for. And so some of that will come from watching the WMUR feed. We do that now with snow days. What's going on around us? And it's one more opportunity to see what's happening. So in the end, I think we'll have various data points that come in and metrics that we look at. And another thing to assure the board, I don't think we sit down at 10 o'clock, review the data and say, we're going remote tomorrow. I think if we're doing this every day and we're reading the tea leaves, it would be parents, we just want to give you a heads up. Start to think about getting your plan B because here's what we're seeing. And if this trend continues, then we would look to be taking some steps in order to ensure that we stay healthy in Litchfield. So, it doesn't, and I'm not promising that we wouldn't say we're going remote tomorrow because that could occur depending on what happens. If the governor hands something down, there it is, right? But it's a data point and it's a much more measured way of how to shift between the three.
Two things on that. So are you going to add there will be additional criteria. Two things I was thinking of: availability of PPE and other necessary safety equipment. I was encouraged to hear Corey and you say that you don't think that, and you, if it said it at the meeting yesterday, that you don't think that there is going to be a PPE shortage. That wasn't what I was hearing myself. So, but that is definitely a criteria, I believe. And then overall staffing levels necessary to operate schools under each teaching model, because we just talked about it, you know, if all signs point to full in person, but we don't have the staff to do it because, you know, there's an outbreak or something. Well, if there's an outbreak, we wouldn't have them all in that example. But staffing obviously is an important criteria.
So we had that conversation about 0.3 on monitoring staff attendance.
Yep.
So that's something that if we were observing that many staff were out, that would be part of that conversation. So I think the staffing target is covered by that one. But
Okay, I read that to be just the absences that would be tracked for that were COVID related, but I think it's even more than that, you know?
It could be. So, you know, what we're envisioning on the dashboard is how many staff are out, how many are COVID related. So you might have a
Okay.
number that's 10, but COVID related is only 3.
And again, it's only wording because I brought it up at the task force. It's not necessarily COVID related.
Right, like a watch, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you might have somebody who has a family member who's diagnosed, but they're not sick, so they're still able to teach from home. You know, I mean, there's a lot of variation there. Do we have some sort of a method for reporting for staff members and for families that, you know, let us, I know that it kind of goes into the gray area with HIPAA, but, you know, that goes along with let us know why you're sick, why you're out, I guess.
And that's
Right.
why the nurses want to get involved. So
Yeah.
they've added in staff to their SNAP, which is the school nursing something program. And so it's how they track all of this.
Okay.
So they've never had staff in there. Now they plan to monitor staff also.
Okay.
They, you know,
We're talking
So-
about revising the Google form that they use to like a checkbox to indicate it's COVID related or a watch.
I find
Okay.
every time I sneeze now, I say
Oh my-
non-COVID sneeze.
Yeah.
Right.
But so I think people are becoming really cognizant of
Mhm.
that. And so adding it into the checkbox will help.
And then part of that, it was also mentioned in the task force that the voicemail on all the schools does say for parents to say why their
It does.
student is out, but a
Yes.
lot of people don't
No.
even mention that. So part of it is getting the word out to parents that, you know what, really advocating, we need to know why your student is out.
And we're hoping in this situation that parents will start doing more of that.
Absolutely.
So Tara, and now that you said it, I'm thinking of another thing we might want to add in. So I'll just tell the board because we're editing on the fly here. Like an item 5, which I would put PPE and environmental concerns. So let's say that we had, let's say there was a failure of a system in one of our schools, and now we're like, holy cow, you know, here we are, we've got these students coming in, and we feel that there's a systems failure, a ventilation systems failure. Obviously, we've done it before with boilers, I'm sure, you know, but I think we have to think differently now that this is not just about is the heat on or off and what's the temperature in the room. You know, the Pinkerton plan actually had an environmental index because they were looking at the heat index. And I think there are like 3 stories and they said that it can get up to like 95 degrees on the 3rd floor. And so I think adding in, and PPE is one of those too. It's like an environmental factor that you just want to make sure you can cover. So I would propose we add that in as one more thing that we monitor
I think that's smart.
as part of it. And we can add it to the dashboard. Jason's already done it probably. So
Is it done yet, Jason?
No, but it's true. If both the McDonald's boys are out to go to a funeral or something, you don't want everyone's, oh my God, the McDonald's have COVID.
Right.
They're both not
Right.
here.
Right.
They've been out for 3 days.
One other thing I had on this, and this is where I think that as a school board, our role is to come up with the policy. Here, it says that district and school administrators will hold the daily briefing. Trends in our data will be used to determine whether, like, which model is the safest model for instruction delivery. So that's written into the plan, and that's where I think not only should they make the decision, ultimately you, Mike, they're going to be making the decisions throughout the year. And that's why I think it really should be up to you in the ultimate the ultimate word to make the school reopening decision. And that's where I'm backing, that's where I'm getting my rationale.
It would, I appreciate that. Sometimes it's on the fly, a storm coming in. I don't have a board conversation. I don't see this in the same way. I don't see it changing like quickly like that. I really think engaging in dialogue and conversation about it will be, we're going to leave this on our topic. Every 2 weeks, we're going to be talking about the COVID all year long.
COVID.
So,
Will it also go, do we shut down all the schools? There are so many variables, like.
we talked about that. If Tom has a staffing issue at LMS, we shut down LMS. Or
We don't
shift-
shut it down. We go
shift-
to remote.
Right, we shift.
Pivot.
Shut the building.
Pivot.
I guess my question
We
is,
don't do to the high school something that Bill's able to do. So
Right,
it's just
right.
a reality.
but how are we going to go remote if we have a staffing issue because teachers are sick? That'd be the only reason they're not there.
That
So
would be different,
you still
yeah.
have a staffing issue on remote.
Because they could be sick, but still be able to teach.
Varying degrees of sick.
Then we're just setting up the teachers.
They have to take a sick day.
Yeah. I mean, if they take a sick day, they're sick. They shouldn't be teaching.
Yeah.
I mean, so that,
Right.
that's a catch-22.
Well, I mean,
there is a
you know how it is
distinction
now.
in
If
this
somebody's so
environment.
sick that they can't send a sub-plan in, the sub-plan gets developed.
Yeah.
Right. And so. it
But
can
I'm
be
just
very-
saying we're creating a choose your own remote in school, whatever, just by, I'm too sick to come in. I can only teach
No,
remotely.
because like I said, and I agree with Patrick, and I don't think it's setting them up as far as doing something like that. I think just very simply, you just feel a little under the weather, or just something. In we'll even use like I said, allergies. Okay,
Oh.
so you have allergies, and are you doing a sneezing the whole time? What do you want to do? Do you want that teacher in front of you, the students, live or at home, and let them
Or
sneeze at home?
Take
Huh?
a sick day if they need it.
The
Or
way I
just-
look at it is if they have to, I mean, they're supposed to be pre-screening themselves.
Mhm.
If they say, yes to any of those questions,
They stay home.
they stay home.
Or what about a kid
So
like
the-
mine who's always has allergies all the time, this and
Well,
this?
I'm gonna stop doing this.
Right.
No, he can't help it. But like, he'll never be
I
in
feel like they
school.
would know what
Yeah.
allergies are versus
Oh, he'd be
that.
wearing a
But if
mask.
they have
He'd be wearing a
something
mask,
that
that's true.
says yes, this at least allows, and they're not sure. I mean, they would consult with the nurse if it's out of the normal for them. Then, if
They're
if it's
adults. I think they know.
suspected
You know.
COVID, then
Right.
I
then
plan
I
on
would
being
rather have them
overly
working
cautious
at
as a
home,
parent.
isolating.
Can I just ask a question? Who is teaching the remote kids? Remote teachers, or is it live streaming, or is it, I guess that hasn't been spelled out.
That's the big question of
current
the day.
The current vision is that it's the teachers that's assigned. So we don't have another teaching force to teach the remote learners. And depending on where the numbers come out, if you dedicate a teacher to do that, you do nothing to help the class sizes of the students who are attending. So it just creates a pickle for us. So basically the proposal is that the teacher would be live streaming the lessons. And
Everybody using one background.
the teacher would be providing the lessons live to both remote and in-person learners.
I think you run into, I mean, I have a lot of faith in our teachers and what they can do, but I think that is putting a lot on teachers to handle, a class of 16 kids in school. I'm thinking, it's different for each grade level, for each age group, for each building. But I'm just picturing, being in a classroom with 16 kindergartners and having 4 at home that I guess, I don't know. I feel like that's a lot to put on our teachers.
We have to speak louder.
Oh,
Yeah, it's,
sorry.
and Bill turned on captioning.
Oh, what did I
Or
say?
closed caption.
Well, it's apparently capturing words
Oh,
continuous manner. So it's
Can
kind
you-
of like
can
when
you
I talk to
summarize
Siri,
maybe?
I don't get what I thought I asked for.
summarize for the direct, for the,
But to me, what if
Directors.
one teacher has 12 kids that want to go remote and this teacher only has 4 kids that wants to go remote? Wouldn't it be easier to have one teacher teach remote if they have medical reason to stay home or something like that?
Yeah.
So
No, because then you just continue, your class size remains the same. It doesn't dwindle down. And the whole idea with the remote part is getting your class size smaller.
Yeah.
So to be clear, if
Yes.
that were to
Spell it out for me.
Well, if that were to happen, we're going to reshuffle assignments
Mhm.
Okay.
because you can't have one teacher having 12 at home and 12 in class, or 12 at home and 8 in class. Let's use that number. And another having 4 at home and 16 in class. That's just not going
I
to work.
wonder though, for the elementary, I mean, I know.
Can I add in too? The other
Yes.
aspect that was brought up too is that if you had a remote teacher, and we're recognizing that there could be some fluidity between a student being in person and then having to go remote for a period.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
And then we'd basically be reassigning them to a remote class with a different
Yeah.
teacher. So
Yeah.
I think it would be better for consistency purposes that if they went remote, they stayed in the same classroom structure that they had kind of left.
Fair enough.
So
I was just curious.
I'm going to speak louder. So,
Yes, use your outdoor
so
voice.
Dan, walk me through what a classroom looks like. If I'm at home, is my kid sitting in front of a Chromebook watching, the live feed from kindergarten all day, or
It's going to vary totally by level. Dan,
Right,
talk,
right.
talk a little bit about your level, and then Bill, you
Yeah,
can
that's-
talk about the
yeah.
other extreme. Tom, if you have something to add, you can go last, but we'll get it in there.
So at the elementary level, it's really hard to say a specific example just because, and I've mentioned before, the developmental changes that happen between kindergarten and 4th grade are so dramatic that
Mhm.
what's going to be appropriate at kindergarten and 1st grade is not going to be appropriate at 3rd and 4th grade.
right?
I will say that the camera in the back of the room live streaming is not a model that we're looking, nor would I recommend at the elementary level.
Good.
More, what it's going to be is, and I've kind of described this as, I think the experience in the classroom is going to have some aspects of remote, and the experience at remote is going to have more aspects of being in the classroom. So this is a rough example without really formally talking to any team members, but this would just be kind of a starting point. For an example of a day, the kids come into class and those kids are remote, they're going to be expected to follow a much stricter schedule than they had in the past. So at 8:30, they're going to log on because it's morning meeting time. And then at morning meeting, going to do the morning meeting activities, and then the teacher's going to go through the schedule of the day. And at the schedule of the day, those remote students are going to know the exact times that they're going to log back on because they're going to receive some level of whole class instruction. When that's done, some of them will log off to kind of go complete the work. Some of them will also come back on for small group instruction. So you have a small group instruction. So now you have a teacher maybe at a kidney table with 2 students in front of her, and her laptop with 2 students logged on. So they're getting that kind of synchronous experience for all. Then they'll go back. So I see the students who are working remotely, it's going to be more logging on, logging off, and having to follow that strict schedule. So it will actually somewhat follow kind of what an elementary classroom looks like, which is there's usually a short period of direct instruction, some sort of workshop and working time where the teacher's able to work in a targeted way with a small group of students, and then those students go and work on another assignment and they kind of rotate around. So I see it kind of functioning like that. That's a very, very brief and very rough skeleton. And as I said, if you take that skeleton and then apply it, how it's appropriate for kindergarten, 1st grade is going to be much different than how it looks at 3rd and 4th. I know I've had some conversations with some teachers, and we may explore at the older grades teaming up for subjects. So one teacher may teach the science while the other teacher teaches the social studies, just like they would in a regular school, only now they're just going to be accessing more kids remotely, just for planning purposes. But like I said, these are decisions that are all going to be made, especially in those 8 days where we can finally get together as teams, as small teams, and kind of lay out the parameters, especially kind of the work that Mary and her group did that says, these are the expectations of remote learning. And so let's figure out how we make it make sense at our grade level. So I know that's an answer that lacks some details, but I just don't have the details yet without consulting with the teachers to find a way that makes it
Okay.
make sense.
No, that was a great description. I think that will, louder? Really? Thank you, Dan.
And with that said, like I said, so you're going to kids who are remote really following a class schedule, so you kind of have that creep in of the classroom experience. And some of the students in the classroom, they may be utilizing some activities and lessons that use technology. So there may be more Chromebook time. And then there's going to be a little bit more of a remote activity type feel even while they're in the classroom.
Right.
But hopefully we'll kind of all even out for everyone. So they're getting as similar as possible experience regardless of their
Okay.
environment and situation.
I think that will relieve a lot of elementary school parents who were concerned about what remote is going to look like. And for me, you know, as a former teacher, I would having that expectation laid out for me, and now just looking forward to what supports are going to be in place to help me get there. I think that's really helpful. Thank you.
So the state just announced they had a program. I can't remember the name of this.
Canvas?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Jason, we've decided our Google Classroom really serves the same purpose, right?
Oh,
So,
it does? I didn't know that.
This, other districts haven't gone with Google, but we're putting our eggs in the Google basket. We're going to train everybody. We're going to standardize around that format. So that Canvas system is a collegiate level of the same thing that is now available. And we think it's just one more thing to cause.
Okay. I didn't know if it was something
And
totally different.
And and there's a cost to it too. So I think the state's getting a small bulk discount, and then like the next year or whatever, it's not.
Yeah, they're actually paying $6.3 million
That's not
to
small.
supply it to everybody for 3 years.
Yeah.
Read, you know how it works with the state. It'll be free for 3 years. You'll have all your teacher stuff uploaded, available,
Yeah.
saved. Everybody will be accustomed to it.
And then
they'll
turning
turn
it off.
Districts have to assume this cost now. So we're sticking with the Google
Right.
because we just,
Well, and that's what we've been using. So, throwing another new thing at teachers before we start the school year.
All right.
Thank you.
thank you for asking, because people, that's on MUR now, so it's out there.
Yeah.
But that's
yeah.
why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay.
Bill, can you just hit the high school answer to what you envision that looking like for a student?
Sure. You know, when you think about the high school students, these kids are all tech natives. You know, they've grown up with technology, and they've grown up with Google, and they've come to the high school with some sense of what Google Classroom is all about. So I don't anticipate major challenges. I think it's a matter of adjusting to the technology and omnidirectional microphone in the classroom. But I also think that it's working with live students as well as remote students. Now, there's a balancing act and a juggling act, and there's a way to manage those things. And that's where the professional development time at the start of the school year is going to be important. But our kids know how to use technology. They're familiar with Google. They're familiar with Classroom, and our teachers have managed that fairly well. And I think it's a different year from last year. You know, we're going to be live and remote. So I think the kids are going to be remote. If they're attentive, paying attention to the lessons, and held accountable to the same standards as the other kids, I think they'll be fine. I also think, though, that it's going to be a bit of a learning curve for the teachers and for the students. But I think this is, other than assigning teachers, and when you start thinking about assigning high school teachers to classrooms that they're teaching remotely, all of a sudden you're juggling scheduling challenges that are far outside the realm of what's really possible when you start looking in particular at the unified arts classes.
Definitely.
That becomes far more tenuous and far more difficult to schedule. So I think with the right amount of training, the right amount of time to collaborate with their colleagues about using the classroom, the front of the classroom, using the projector, managing the kids on the screen as well as in the room. I don't think it's that different what Dan was talking about, the opportunity to do some small group instruction at the same time that you're doing the whole class instruction. But you're also looking at different types of skills with high school students. You're looking at more of those sort of creative or collaborating or some of the other higher level skills, and not the DOK1 and DOK2, but and I think teachers can manage that with students who are live as well as students who are remote.
Great. Thank you.
Tom, do you want to get last word on it, or do you think? Oh,
You're muted.
I said what they said. No. At the middle school, I think that the first thing I think is really important is that we need to provide support and PD for our teachers so that they feel comfortable in the environment. We've never done this. We've never done synchronous remote learning before. So I think we, as the administration, need to wrap around and support them. I think that really how the numbers break out is going to be very interesting. I know there's a lot of conversation around the numbers, and you know, if the class size is say 16, 17 in class, and you know, a number of kids out of class, that management of that is going to look very different than if it's 10, 11, 12 kids in class and some remote kids split out. So it really will, that piece will have a variable and a factor in it. I agree with Dan in terms of, you know, the experience for students in school now is going to look different than it did before. And there's going to be sort of a remote element to that. And while at the same time, the remote is going to have that in-class piece, since we're looking at the synchronous model, that will absolutely be happening. But I think it's sort of a give and take on both sides at the middle school.
Are we still looking
We
at
also,
teachers rotating?
the other thing to remember is, to Bill's point, for 7th and 8th grade at the middle school, our teachers are content certified. So we don't have like a generalist that's teaching, you know, all the subjects. So this synchronous model is really the only model that would work in a remote environment, you know, for these students.
So all of our teachers are HQT at the middle school? Like my certification's 1 through 6, so I couldn't go in there and teach an English class. I would not want to teach science or math, but I would teach an English class.
So HQT is no longer.
Oh, well, you know what I'm,
Yeah, they're
they're
done away with that
specialized.
designation. So you have to be certified for the assignment.
I know
Actually,
that
you
in
have to be
7th and
certified
8th.
For a majority of the
7th and 8th
assignments,
grade.
right?
Yes, I was just talking about grades 5 and 6. I was just curious. Yeah, interesting.
Tara, you asked something I didn't.
Are teachers planning, are you planning on having the teachers rotate to the classrooms?
As much as possible at the middle school, yes, but there are challenges with scheduling for that. But cohorting and clustering are both in the operations plan that we are, I mean, that's part of the guidelines. So we're working on our scheduling around that.
And that's not possible at the high school, just because of the so many varied classes and schedules that students have. So I think that's one thing where, you know, we have to have a traffic pattern in the building. We have to sort of manage that appropriately, but we can't cohort kids. It's just not possible.
I think parents expect that. I understand that if I send my kids full time, that you can't manage that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know what I'm signing up for if I send my kids to Campbell.
Students will still be passing
Yeah.
at the middle school. It's not going to be 100% cohorting.
But Bill and Mike.
And we can manage the traffic and manage the flow of students and do some of those things. Mike Perez has already done a nice job of sort of laying out some guidelines for what that might look like if we have 350 students in the building. You know, it's going to be different from what it's been previously, as Tom alluded to. You know, it's not, education's not going to be the same. And that includes some of the simple things like using the cafeteria or, you know, going to chorus or moving from social studies to English. It's going to be a little bit different.
We talked at Campbell just about, the supermarket concept, the one-way aisles.
Yeah.
I mean, so I can tell you very few kids walk by the SAU office because if they're accessing upstairs, they tend to sort of come and go from that upstairs wing. But, you know, you could do a loop, might take a little more, or give a little more exercise, I guess, is the optimistic way to look at it. But it keeps people flowing in the same direction. So they're working on exactly that kind of concept.
And with longer travel too, there'll be less lingering.
It's 4 minutes between classes. They can get anywhere in 4 minutes.
Is it
Don't
true
let them
that-
fool you.
I can cover that.
Are we not allowing them to use their lockers? I thought I read that somewhere.
It was talking about not.
Oh, we
No
gotta,
lockers? You're not allowing lockers?
Not currently at the moment, no. And that's one of the challenges because kids want to hang out in certain areas of the school.
That's fine. Laura's
But
never
if we have a
accessed
child
that.
who can't carry, you know, their backpack with books and things, we will certainly make exceptions for that. there's one other piece that I wanted to speak to, which is, if we're looking at sort of students who choose remote and look at unified arts classes, some of those classes are very hands-on tech ed classes, using tools, using the shop. And I'm thinking about those students might have to have other opportunities. And we talked a little bit potentially about VLAX or some other course options, because the idea of doing a woodshop class where you're at home and not part of the environment and tools are running, that sort of synchronous involvement is going to be a little bit more difficult to do in some of those classes.
Bill, is any consideration given to students who choose to be remote, accessing certain classes like arts or like tech ed, and just coming in for those class periods?
It's an interesting question, because that requires transportation to come in at other times potentially. It requires us looking at our schedule very differently if they're only coming in. I mean, we've had students who are homeschooled and who come in for an art class or a music class. So those certainly are possibilities. It's that scheduling piece that's going to be a little bit different and maybe a little bit more prevalent given the environment that we're in.
So the students that are homeschooled that come in for those classes, how do they get there?
They typically are brought by a parent, but they could drive themselves.
So couldn't it be the same thing?
It could be. And there's somewhere in here, there's flexibility for students to open up kind of the late arrival, early dismissal. And do we want to offer, with proper waivers from parents, the ability to leave during the day? So we're trying to be as flexible as we can with those scenarios.
Just with juniors and seniors or with all kids?
It would be transportation dependent. So
So if your kid has a study last block, he
Right.
can go home if you're around to bring him home.
I would not want kids riding with another student, right? So
No,
they should be riding with a sibling, which would be permissible, or a parent could pick them up.
Right.
But we would
I think-
not want to just grab a ride with whoever.
And I think too, with the just only having 4 classes per semester, doing the 4x4 blocks, like if Laura has an English, a math, a science, and an art class, we might opt to do, English and math at home and bring her in for science and art. If the size of the class sizes allow for that.
I think we would be open to, it's really one size fits one.
Yeah,
And we'd be open to looking at those pieces. The question would be the safe transportation.
Yeah.
And
But wouldn't-
it would be on the class sizes, but you're right.
Right,
How do you do a lab science class remotely?
Right.
It's tough.
The other
I think we have to remember though that we need to be following the CDC guidelines, and if we, depending on the model that is voted on, if parents commit a certain way, and then all of a sudden it's an a la carte.
That's what I was thinking.
Right.
That could become a challenge.
Right.
You can't have a little bit of both.
And
'cause
I think-
that sounds like
I think it wouldn't be necessary. It wouldn't suit LMS and GMS. I think at CHS we have, especially if we go by the 4x4 blocks, I think there's a little more flexibility there than at the other 2 schools.
So your kid can go in for art but stays home for English? I don't understand how they can pick and choose, because wouldn't that would be opening up even more numbers? Don't you think that's not consistent?
Not necessarily. If the art class only has 15 kids in it,
Yeah.
and I'm comfortable sending my kid to that art class because she's only being exposed to those 15 kids and that one teacher.
Then everyone will do that does remote.
I think
Do you know what I mean?
Our opening point is to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how it flows.
Right.
In Litchfield, attending a school with 400 students is that we should be nimble enough to then
Pivot.
down the road.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be a good thing.
I'm just spitballing at
Yeah.
this point. If we
I
pick
think
remote,
what you're
we're staying
talking about
remote.
is an exception.
Right.
Like Mike said, you pick one or the other, and
Yep.
then if there's an
Well,
opportunity.
and then too, like I've had some emails from parents saying I want to be remote, but I don't want to do it online. If I can coordinate with the teacher, can they, can we work with that? And that would be another case by case exception kind of thing.
And I can see that more like arts
Right,
sciences when
right.
you're doing lab work. I can see that
Right.
flex. It's like I'm remote, but how am I possibly going to be doing a lab
Right.
live? And again, I think they're like one-offs, maybe a little bit more than
Yeah,
one-offs. But I think
facts and tech
once,
ed.
I think once you
and-
get rolling though, then you can
Mhm.
feel things out.
All right, I'm going to move us ahead from that section if you're okay. I will add in, I think it's going to be called environmental concerns. We'll talk about other, actual aspects of the building, but I'm going to put the PPE in because that's another environmental concern. So, all right, moving on. The next page has, so Mary enhanced our definitions and our expectations. So you can see that we had draft guidelines for students who were learning remotely, but we had to change, we had to differentiate between if I'm learning remotely with a class that's happening in person, that's very different than what happens if we go to total remote. And we wanted to beef up those expectations too.
Oh, so they're not the same.
They're not the same. There are two versions
That's
of it
why I asked.
because
Did you do
Michelle
the
to
same
send it
thing?
all out. I was like, I gotta just.
yeah, but that was feedback from the board. It was feedback from the community. So we're trying to prepare ourselves for it. And I would say that continues to be a draft because we're going to keep tweaking it until we, get it right. But the commitment to the board tonight is if you approve the plan, that we're going to make sure that we have very clear expectations and it has to be the remote 2.0. We cannot have a repeat of some children's experience.
Right.
Remember, there were some teachers who pivoted nicely and really knocked it out of the park,
Right. New
right?
buzzword.
It is, but there were some divots that were made too.
Divots and pivots.
Yeah. And our goal is to make sure that we don't have divots. We want to avoid that. We want to strike the ball, not the ground.
Can I just ask a question? What if a child's in daycare and they're doing remote? That's up to the parents to do that?
If you choose that model, then
We'll be understanding, I would think.
You've got to factor that in because, the teacher will be teaching live synchronous lessons. And so if your child's in daycare and the daycare says we don't have computers or they can't get on, we've got a conflict right now.
Yeah.
So that's something that we'll have
That
to
was just
figure out.
someone mentioned that. I was just curious.
Mary, do you have anything you want to add about the work that
Yeah.
you and the committee did?
So I just wanted to add that you'll see in the document, if we were to go fully remote as a district, what we figured out was that there was no way, originally we had written in minimums of face-to-face opportunities and things of that nature, but when you get into the different time frames and things of that nature with the different grade levels, what we decided was that we need to make a statement that it would be a blend of synchronous and asynchronous work, depending on where the kids are at and what that day looks like at that grade level. So I will be working with the school-based leadership teams to sketch out what that looks like, and you'll see it says forthcoming in the document because that was a late change that we decided that one size there was no way for us to hit all the requirements of the grade levels and the rigor at by making one minimum set of standards if we were to go fully remote.
So I would just add urge board members to read those carefully and any feedback to help us make sure that we get that clear, get it to us. And we'll keep that as a work in progress. We need it for the opening days because that's what we're going to train our teachers around. So.
Can I just add one other piece because this has come to me frequently? In the documents, they are linked in. So if people are reading them, click the link.
It's blue.
You see that there are guidelines and that there are more specific.
Some people didn't know.
More
Don't
specific what this
Blue is a link.
remote learning would look like. I've heard from a number of people that they're not there. So just make sure you click the link.
Which is blue.
The blue
Yeah.
link.
Which is blue writing is a link.
When it's highlighted in green,
That's new.
the highlighting out after.
I was gonna say, take the green off the total.
We're just
I'm
rhyming
going to jump
machines.
ahead if we're good.
Yep.
So the next thing is we get into the technology report. Jason, I'm gonna pause for a second because I want you to just give the board an update on one-to-one Chromebook acquisition, just kind of where we are with all that, because the plan's written with a lens, but then there's the practical realities that we have to wrestle with. So
Chromebooks are, kind of like the cleaning wipes, hand sanitizer of the technology world. So it's like Chromebooks, laptops, desktops. There's a supply shortage because everybody's doing everything remote. So we put in our order for the 5th grade and 9th grade one-to-one Chromebooks. So it was 240 of them. And just due to the demand, those aren't scheduled to be delivered until October 2nd on paper. They think that they might be able to deliver earlier, but that's a shortage, obviously. It's a tough shortage. So what we've been doing is we've been trying to get all the parts and different pieces that we've had, at middle school and high school, and try to Frankenstein as many of them as we can. But we're looking at, there might be a potential where we might have to allow people to bring in their devices from outside, potentially. So
Wow.
Can you just, because I know several people have asked that if they can bring one, but there are problems with them bringing in their own device, correct?
yeah, so there's a couple of things. If we want to look at from the academic lens, would be like the testing. So Ames Web, SAS, SBAC, those all use a special program or like a secure browser is what they call it. So say if I'm bringing in my Mac or I'm bringing in my Windows computer, there's a whole bunch of things in the background that need to be shut off so that test can be an approved test. That secure browser will launch and life's good. So right now, it's still like a big deal with the Chromebooks, which we have already set up. They just press a button, it brings you into the test. You follow some instructions, and you're in there, right? But that's still kind of like it's high pressure, high anxiety. But now, if you go and you bring in a whole bunch of unknowns, that's going to be a struggle with people. From a technology side, we look at it as a security thing because we don't know what's coming in, what kind of junk is on whatever device that they have on there. And also, what
You're
could they...
concerned about people like hooking onto the Wi-Fi within, because I know like when one of my boys' his Chromebooks wouldn't connect to our Wi-Fi, we were just logging in onto one of our laptops and accessing everything remote.
Right.
And he was able to get into everything, but really you're just talking about
In the
bringing
building.
it into physically into the building and the challenges.
Right. So like if you're at home, say we go fully remote, that shouldn't matter, right? You just have to navigate whatever the teacher's giving you, through whatever operating system that is. But actually coming into the building, there's we hear the ransomware stuff, and you have the big Garmin one that just happened, you had Honda that just happened. So if something bad did happen on the network, there's the business side of things, there's downtime, there's a whole bunch of things that potentially could happen with the BYOD. And then if we allow them to bring in Chromebooks, if they already have Chromebooks, it's still that testing. There needs to be that lockdown browser that's going to use up a license. We'd have to hands-on, we'd have to touch it and get that thing going. So BYOD is, it's not as simple as it sounds. Just bring in your device. Log in with your username and password and
You can't just use the guest Wi-Fi.
They can, but the problem is it still touches infrastructure, and a lot of this stuff nowadays is it can be sophisticated. You have stuff that can hop wireless networks, and it can find its way, it can plant some things on there. So obviously we would do what we can to secure it the best that we possibly can with it, but we're not saying that it's just easy, right? And everything was designed with the one-to-one in mind. So there's still a little bit of engineering in the background that we'd have to do. Again, we're not saying we can't do it. We're just saying, just be aware that this is the scenario that we're in. And that's just 5th grade and 9th grade one-to-one devices.
So our chances of getting an emergency cache of Chromebooks for grades 1 through or K through 3 or whatever we were going to do to facilitate remote learning is probably slim.
Well, it kind of, the outlook is not so great when you shake the magic 8 ball, right?
Yeah.
But the good news is you have the 8th graders are going into 9th grade. So if you look at the high school as a whole, you think that they're in fairly good shape as long as those devices were, still function. Some of them are in rough shape. Some of them parents have reached out like, I know my kid's going to be a freshman. Like this thing is not okay. So we know that there's issues there. And also they got senior hand-me-downs too. So keep that in mind too. So it's not always.
So they might be okay through October, but.
But you don't know. But there's still
Yeah.
going to be a large number that are okay, right? So that's all right. If we can go and get enough together, potentially maybe to get the 5th grade going, and plus we still had that 1-to-1 at GMS. We know that there's still students that have some of those Chromebooks that were at GMS. So maybe some of those 4th graders, if they're going up to 5th grade, we can kind of look at some of those numbers, an option. Not saying that we would do that, but there's another option. But as far as GMS goes, it kind of shakes, there's already things dedicated for them. And it's the same thing. We had 52 Chromebooks on order to do 3rd grade, but that's in the same shipment. So it's kind of the same thing.
Because you mentioned this the other day, so I'm just a little confused.
Yep.
You bought a whole new set for 5th grade.
And 9th grade.
And 9th grade.
Yep.
Yet, so the 8th grade's going up. It's supposed to be for them.
Correct.
But they had some.
Right, they all have them. But, so 8th grade's not that old, their Chromebooks, are they?
8th grade, I think it was this year's 9th grade. They brought them up from LMS. Those were.
Yes, that was my
kind of like a
son's
half
grade.
and half. I think there's part 8th grade that had a newer one, and then there's other ones that were already hand-me-downs. But I think the 8th grade that's graduating now, those were all ones from seniors past.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But they have them, so at least they'll have them when they get up there. And then once the new ones come in, you'll take theirs.
And probably bring them down to GMS, the ones that are good. Got to also keep in mind that a lot of those Chromebooks are probably going to be out of, they won't get updates until, I think those ones are June 2022. I think no more updates for those.
So it's 5th grade really that right now doesn't have them.
Right.
And did we distribute, when we need to go full remote, we made sure that GMS, all of GMS had a device to work from, either from home or on a Chromebook. I know we had talked about the potential cost of reopening this year, of adding a 1-to-1 all the way down so that they have a device. A device can be distributed to them if they're learning remotely.
Right, that's the additional, what was it, like $50,000, whatever.
Right.
He has for IT to purchase
But
those.
I'm assuming that that's in the same boat. Those haven't been ordered yet.
Right, and you would think that
Probably
those
not
are
even
going
on
to
the
be.
boat yet.
Yeah, right.
Different
But speaking about that, there's more U.S. sanctions that happen. So you probably have a bunch of other districts that their Chromebooks got turned around. So they're probably looking for more
Right.
Chromebooks from other
So
companies.
how do we make sure that all of our learners at GMS have access?
I think similar to what we did this last time, that if they
They
didn't
use
have,
something from home.
right, if they didn't have access to, I didn't see my Chromebook for like 2 months.
I know.
So, but I have the unit, and same thing, they'll have siblings. So the ones that do need them, we supplied. Anyone who did not have a Chromebook.
Yeah, so as best as possible. I can't say that everybody had one, but from the needs that whenever the need came up to us, we were like, here you go, we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting you stuff. And like I said, we're still doing some parts and moving things around and just Frankensteining things together. We understand that maybe they're not going to be the nicest looking devices.
And Jason was saying yesterday that, you talk about the shortage. Used ones are going more than new ones right now. Chromebooks.
Wow.
Yeah. So even ones
decided to
that won't get
wanted to
updates.
sell hers that she got from the pilot plan. She goes, I'll sell you mine.
What about those Frankensteins? What are those going for?
Right? Yeah. They're, I think like ones like that were like going for like $219.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So
Wow.
that's really close to a new one.
But I don't know many people that will send a first grader in with an Mac or anything like that into school, so they have to have something. Rather give them a $219 Frankenstein or whatever.
All right, so that's the reality that we have.
Yep.
In operations, pretty much this section lays out, I mean, there's so many expectations that are embedded in this. The masks. What's interesting is we didn't really hear a ton of feedback on the masks. I think the public seemed to understand where we're coming from.
Mhm.
I think, masks were a battle like a month ago. But now that stores have required it and so forth, people are just sort of understanding that, masks are important and we'll stay on the wearing is caring approach and keep going on it.
I think the only thing that I'll mention, Mike, is that we did add a piece regarding students and the requirements of masks, that it will be assessed based on individual student needs, and if there's a need for them to be able to not wear a mask, then that'll be addressed when it comes up. So we did add for that.
And that was actually reconciling the way it was written in operations. And then there was a clause under wellness that talked about that you have to have some flexibility if there's a medical reason why somebody can't wear a mask, asthma, et cetera. So we just wanted to make sure that somebody didn't read one part of the report and latch onto it when the other part didn't say it. So this allowed us to be consistent.
Okay. I did receive some concerns about masks for preschoolers and littles. So personally, I was glad to see that PK is still included in the requirements, but I think our teachers can read kids and know when they need a break, and we'll plan that into their day.
And we've had a conversation at the admin level, and Dan can weigh in, but so mask enforcement is very different with a 3-year-old in a pre-K program than it is with a junior in high school. So the way we respond as a staff to somebody who's just not wearing a mask is going to definitely differ. So we'll make sure that we talk and practice those protocols.
Dan said he's not going to send kindergartnens home if they don't wear their mask.
He did?
Did you hear that, Dan?
No, what was that?
Like we would in high school.
Oh.
That you're not going to send a kindergartner home for not wearing a mask. There will be a progressive way that we approach it and work with the child.
Yeah, work with the child, work with the family, work with the teachers to come up with a plan. But I was in conversations, I was a little nervous about putting it down that added flexibility, but also just treating each situation with compassion and flexibility as opposed to making it a policy for pre-K, but rather just making the blanket that masks are required, but then we will deal with it on an individual basis.
I'm comfortable with that. And I don't know if it's in this or in wellness, but I think there's definitely an education piece for all of our kids about how to handle a mask, how to put it on appropriately.
When to wash them out.
And when to wash it, where to put it when you take it off.
Seabrook is going to find a video.
Great.
Because I keep thinking about water bottles. Honey, you should bring that home. It's been here for a month.
I know.
It's true.
Yeah.
She tested Mike. We found out how you're supposed to place a mask on the table correctly.
Oh.
Did you know there was a correct way
I
of
did not
doing it?
know that.
Do you think you do it face up or face down?
Face down.
Front down?
Yeah.
Maybe? Yeah.
Mike was doing it.
Don't worry, Liz, the entire committee had it.
No, Brian, she said that you're supposed to put it, the part touching your face is what you're supposed to put down.
Yeah.
And
This?
Yeah. And I said I always do it the other way.
I do
face
too.
down.
Well, I fold
You know,
mine, so it's all
fold.
inside.
That's what I did.
Too. I've been told.
So we have to
We all need to be educated. We all need to be taught.
around
Need a
that.
class.
So she's going to try to. I said there's going to be like tons of videos out there. There's that one. I don't know if it was hand washing was the other one.
Yep. Yep.
I'm sure there are books out there now too.
Yeah.
Hand washing was a concern that I had because we had said on operations that we needed to order more portable sinks, hand washing stations in order to keep up with the demand for hand washing. But I also know it's on the cost sheet, but I don't think they're available right now.
Right.
Correct.
So
No.
Corey, am I correct that portable sinks are like out to February or something?
Yeah, the lead time is very, very long, and based on what I've heard from Sue Seabrook that as long as we have a good supply of sanitizer, that should be sufficient.
Okay.
There are a lot of videos on YouTube about, I just got
It was
that,
actually
yeah.
brought up too, to make certain that we had a hand sanitizer dispenser in each room.
Yes, a pump.
They are at the
Yeah.
high school.
Yeah. Yeah, each room has a dispenser, but the bags that go in the dispenser are back ordered. So
We have a stock of those.
Oh,
and
okay.
We also, as mentioned earlier, I'll be going over to either myself or one of the grounds crew will be going over to Amherst tomorrow to this J&J janitorial, and I talked to them this evening. They said they have a large supply of hand sanitizer, so I'll be stocking up the bed of my truck with that tomorrow if I'm the one going.
I just picture a desk outside of every classroom with the pump on it. That's what I plan on doing for my classroom.
The other thing is we picture actually every student is going to bring in their hand sanitizer.
Oh, that's true.
So,
older
I
kids.
think they'll be attached to bags, even with littles. They'll be, attached to their backpacks.
Oh,
They'll be
we had that in my kindergarten. That was a nightmare.
So it's just the reality.
It's all glittery and.
Reality of where we are.
Not the stuff that's available right now.
I know.
It's like 85% alcohol.
I know, yeah. We'll have to have a moisturizing station.
So on
I
the
just
bottom
have
of
one thing about the masks. It talks about, therefore, we will require masks to be worn on each school campus. To me, the definition of campus includes the outside.
and that's where
There's-
we wanted to start. I mean, I now when I get out of my car, I put the mask on before I grab my stuff.
Mhm.
And
We're also going to encourage them to eat outside, hopefully, and take mask breaks. So
Outside,
I don't think it's the campus as a whole. I think it's
if you think about the
the
high school
buildings.
though, where kids, if they immediately run over to see their friend and, you won't believe what happened last night, that conversation piece. So we're really trying to say, as soon as you're here, as soon as you're going to start interacting, you want to think about that mask. But you're right. There has to be flexibility. If you're on the picnic table outside eating lunch, you got to be able to take the mask off. So we didn't want to get into a ton of exceptions that became confusion. So we're saying when you come to school, that's when you mask up.
I would like to ask the administrator or the principals to leave your front doors open so every kid that goes through isn't pushing the door, pulling on the door. Because to me, a door is a super spreader. Do you know what I mean? Like every time someone pulls the door open at Campbell or pulls the door open at LMS, they're touching the door.
What doors you talking
That's why the
about?
hand sanitizer.
The front doors, yeah.
The
You can't
entrance?
leave
Yes.
those out.
When they're in the
leave those
morning,
out.
when they're standing out there,
And
they're
you'll
all
have-
out
you'll
there.
have the officer standing out there.
So I think about that as I go in and nobody
Oops.
in the building. And I think about touching a doorknob or using my elbow to move things. But that's why we have hand sanitizer out in
Yeah.
the very front of the lobby
Yeah,
there.
actually.
Now, you're going to need a gallon dispenser of it on a daily basis because you're going to expect kids that are going to be cleaning their hands after they do that. But I think that's
That's wishful thinking.
it's the world we're in right now.
Yeah.
It's a real crazy maker. I mean, you leave the restroom, you've just washed your hands, you've used the paper towel to open the door to get out,
Yeah.
right? And now you go around the corner and the office door is closed. So
Right.
there, it's like that lasted 4 seconds, and I
Right.
have to touch the door. So.
I just think they're all out there in the morning anyway. It shouldn't be that hard to prop the doors open.
You're right.
Yeah.
I do think we can do stuff to help smooth that in, especially
The
when students are coming
transitions.
from outside.
Yeah, even like stop,
Yep.
wait a couple feet. You're coming in too fast, Brian, stop. Wait for Tina to walk through.
So I just want to make sure that this is consistent throughout. It says in this section under operations, the cloth face covering, that students will wear them in circumstances when physical distancing of 6 feet or more cannot be maintained. So we're saying that desks should be spaced 4 to 6 feet, but if it's less than 6, they will be required to wear a mask all day long.
That's correct.
That's what I
Okay.
got
I
out
just
of it.
wanted to make,
With breaks in between for like
right,
face
with
masks.
breaks in
and-
between.
And this is why the numbers are so important.
Right.
Because if we get 100% of the students wanting to return, that
Mhm.
won't happen. But if we did, the desks are not going to be
Right.
6 feet apart. It's
Okay.
not gonna happen. But if we can get to a point of somewhere, again, between Even 90, I don't think we're able to do it. 80 is tight. But if you get into the 70%, that will allow the distancing where you can do this.
Yeah.
And I think it's gonna be different in different classes. Obviously, at GMS is gonna be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
High school, I think it's gonna be very simple to do, except for maybe a couple classes, but even then. And I think LMS too. I mean, you're in pretty good shape.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, not all of them, but I think GMS is the biggest challenge when you have a higher number there.
Mhm.
All right, I'm going to jump to page 21. So just under the staffing section, I want to point out a few things for the board. I didn't highlight number one about the district IT staff, but I want to emphasize how important it is that we pay attention to having us think differently about the way we support tech in the buildings.
Yes.
Because we have a 3-person department, and it's not, with all the tech that we're adding and all these initiatives, and now we're going remote and live and in person, we're adding a lot on the plate. And so I just think it's really important we keep that front and center as we work our way through. So, and what we're asking of our teachers or other personnel that are in the building to support the tech, that will be important.
Aren't our librarians tech people too?
So, I mean, traditionally, as tech has evolved, the library and media specialists have been kind of on the forefront of it. I think we have varying levels of tech comfort. And so, that is that's one tool, I guess, to help us along this line.
Because on our meeting, Julie said she was prepared to jump in anytime she's needed.
Yep.
I don't think we have that capability at all 3 schools.
Yeah, I think it varies, but we've also talked about even looking at our computer teacher. Is there a way to deploy the computer teacher at the elementary school to make sure teachers have support? So a lot of that's still up in the air.
Yeah.
That would be something just to break in. It seems more and more a lot of schools are using them almost as a dual. The days of
That's what ours
the days
is
of typing or
in my school.
they're using
They're
them
the
more
tech
as like
person.
a UA teacher where everybody gets UA, but half the time is the tech integrator position.
Yeah.
It's not the time to get into it, but it seems like a computer teacher now is more about, and I always forget the term for it, digital citizenship.
Yeah.
Teaching them,
Yeah.
Don't put your information.
Yeah, and
more
programming
so
and
than
coding and,
well.
Can we
Okay,
still
open
have
it.
library? Are we gonna let them touch all the books at the elementary school level? That's my question. Like, what's a library gonna look like at GMS, Dan?
Yeah.
They can't touch the books.
Curtains. Books.
I've already started having conversations with Melina about that, and she's looking at ways to actually utilize technology and the digital card catalog for students to request books, and then she'll do like a hand deliver, and then when they return, they'll kind of go through a 2-week kind of isolation quarantine of the book before they're put back into circulation. So that was a big concern. And speaking with her, is just making sure that students are still able to utilize the book, the library for that traditional library use. So she's on it and she's working on some plans. So I've had some conversations with her and they'll be developed, but we are looking for ways so that the students can still quote unquote out books. But unfortunately, we don't think there's a way to allow them to explore the stacks like they may have in a different time. It'll bit more be helping them find the book, search for, and then kind of request it, and then it'll be delivered. Kind of like curbside library.
So she'll be in the classroom for library instruction or library special or whatever?
Yeah, so she'll be going into the UAs are planning on in classroom
CDC says books aren't a danger.
Okay.
Not that it means it. The CDC says books aren't a danger.
No, they're
If I
not.
could just jump
I don't know why you would-
Yes.
CDC says books aren't a danger and do
They're not.
not need additional
I don't
cleaning.
know why you like.
I was just asking.
Some of it is perception's reality.
But I suppose, but if we
Parent point of view.
if we cleaned the dust jacket, I think that would be the most.
Mary has some insight.
Sorry. I just wanted to kind of address the library piece. We have, I've been trying to get, I actually finally confirmed with Sora, which is a new online library database that our media specialists have been looking into to avoid some of that as well, especially at the middle school and the high school. I can see this being a really an important piece. It will give kids access to books from libraries all over on an online platform. So we are in process of trying to get a contract with them solidified. They are used throughout the state currently.
Thank you.
It's one less thing that the little kid has to drag around.
So there's the IT piece of it. The next one talks about custodial. We're examining everything we can on custodial, but when you read this and all the expectations for cleaning, we have 10 and a half custodians, and we have to really strategically deploy our people. We currently have 4.5 positions that aren't, no, 4.5 positions that people are not in because of leaves and so forth. So it presents a challenge for us to really do all the extra stuff that's being asked for the existing staff. So we're being strategic at split shifts and trying to find ways to come at this, but it's a challenge. And I just want to be really clear with the board that we'll stay at it. LSS was vocal that, those are district positions and that we need to have those available through district positions. So we'll keep trying to recruit. If somebody out there is watching and would like to help us out, we've got work, but it's a challenge for us. The next section, go ahead,
Mike,
Corey.
I just mentioned there's a piece that in my meetings with Lauren that I think we should add in substitute or additional positions for food service, because I think some of the challenges in the way that she's going to be serving and the expectations and the ability to be flexible, I think she's short-staffed as it is with leaves as they are right now. I think she's going to need additional support.
My big concern with food service staffing is, I don't think people realize it, that the food service staff sees so if we're feeding in Campbell High School, we are going to see every student at Campbell High School. Our staff is going to be exposed to every student in every grade at Campbell High School. Same at middle school. It's a little more controlled at GMS because of the classroom feedings, but even still, we still feed every single kid every single day. And a lot of my concern comes from that. I'm also looking at an age thing and some medical situations that I'm potentially losing half of staff come back like in the fall. So just to give like a perspective on that, we literally see and interact with every single kiddo, no matter what the level is. And it's really concerning for my staff.
At the high school, contrasting that with a teacher, if they have 3 classes of 20 students, there's 60 students that they're interacting with versus everybody going through food service. So
But do they have to go through? I thought it was only boxed. Isn't there a way to remotely pick them up? And
yeah, but you're delivering it. They're still
Deliver to the outside of the door.
Yeah, just have the kids pick them up.
There you go, drop it off. Plus,
You have to keep track of who picks up
30%
their
less kids in the
meals.
school anyway.
True. It's reduced, but it's a difference with a food service worker than a teacher.
Right.
They're gonna have to pay for it. They're gonna see some food service worker.
Isn't it all? It's all digital now, right? Paying for it.
Yeah, but they still have to stand there and swipe their card or punch in their number. Someone's going to be exposed to every kid buying lunch.
It's not going to be open.
Yeah, that's what I was
How
thinking.
are they going to buy lunch then?
They're going to be,
Are they gonna? I mean,
no.
Can you talk us through the lunch ordering at the high school?
So they're going to come in and order like they always would. Typically, traditionally, we don't have an ordering system for the high school or the middle school. It's really only the elementary school that gets like solid counts a day. And basically the high school and middle school you kind of wing it until you get into a rhythm and you realize, this many.
I thought they were going to fill out a form.
Mike, this seems like.
So what would happen was it would be the kids would have to physically distance coming in with masks on. My staff will have masks and shields. We have hand sanitizer stations, and I have to point out, hand sanitizer does not equal clean.
Thank you.
Right.
Hand washing is always ideal. Anyway.
Right. Soap and water doesn't equal disinfected. And
Right.
hand sanitizer doesn't equal clean. So it goes both ways.
Yes. The best combo is wash your hands and then hand sanitizer. Anywho, that's my food service brain going on. So they will come in and come up to the line like they normally do for a regular lunch. They're not going to have as many options to choose from. it's going to be more serving versus like, look at all the things we have to offer here.
But how are they gonna stay
Drinking,
6
like,
feet apart?
take the
How are
drinks
they
out
gonna
of
stay
everything,
6
we'll
feet
have
apart that
door
way?
handles, everything's gonna kind of be served behind the line. The problem is we're interacting with every single kid.
Right.
So there's still gonna be
A Google Doc. Have a Google Doc in the morning, they fill it
We're
out.
gonna eliminate that as much as we
I
can,
do
but it
too.
is a concern that some of my staff members have brought to me.
My first thought is under these circumstances, we talk about box lunches down at the lower levels. I don't understand why we're like trying to do something different at the high school. This way you're not interacting with the students. You have like 3 choices per day. They're in a box, they're lined up. Kid comes and grabs it, swipe, and he's gone.
I don't even think they should have to swipe. We've got their numbers. If they order it, they pay for it, they pick it up. And I mean, I agree. We limit the contact and just have it so they work
I
alone.
mean, rather than put on personnel, I'd rather find ways of not putting on personnel.
Yeah. And not exposing you to every kid every day.
Right.
Where a Google Doc shared or something, whatever you come up with. But I mean, this is for you guys to figure out. It just seems like it, if it's too confusing, I hate to say it, if it's too confusing with 3 choices, make 2 choices a day. And
it's too confusing there, do it 1 choice.
So yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but you might have to, instead of 3, it's 2. And if
I went
and
to
that's how
school
we
way
did it.
back when, we only had 1 choice.
That's how we did it when we were remote. If you wanted lunch, this is what the lunch was for the week. So yeah.
And I think if we're being careful everywhere, that might be the weak point in the plan, is allowing everybody to go through with everybody.
Well,
every
it's not in
day.
here anyway, so.
But that's for you to figure out, not to.
So Lauren's got the feedback. I think she's got to work with it. The point Corey was making was from the staff, and it's not adding more staff. It's that
filling staff.
You filling the positions, which has been a challenge anyway. And so if people take additional leaves or whatever, just making sure that we have a system that will work.
But I also think if the staff sees it's a little bit safer process rather than what they've been accustomed to, then maybe they're not so quickly apt to leave.
Just to give an example of where we're at in terms of LMS, we basically have a lead in the kitchen, and at this point, that's it. That's all we got.
Okay, but if you're shorthanded, you're shorthanded. You need to hire. That's all. It's got nothing to do with changing the process.
But it's not necessarily rehire. There's people in the positions that are on leave. I mean, it's really nothing. I expect that we have members of the food service staff that will not return. So you've got our food service lead at LMS, and she's basically probably going to be on her own the first day of school. So we're going to need additional help. It's
Laura
not.
wants to talk.
Go ahead, Laura.
And thanks. And not to mention, hypothetical, knock on wood, whatever, if somebody in the kitchen at, say, GMS gets COVID, the whole staff's out for 2 weeks. So
Not
then you also
necessarily.
have to look at
Not
that.
necessarily.
We need extra bodies.
A plan for
to cover.
that, just
We
in
only have 1
case.
sub.
Yeah.
So
In
that's
case you have to
another
quarantine.
challenge we might face.
Yeah, that's not really the guidelines that you follow as far as with COVID, but I mean, that's a conversation from the time. But if you're,
Could happen.
Could absolutely.
it could. But that, again, we're talking personnel shortage. That's all. You just need to like, if you're missing people in whichever school, then you look to hire them.
So just a couple of quick things in this part. So substitutes. So we are expecting that subs are going to become hard to get. And we may have an increased demand. So we're going to be thinking strategically here. I mean, if we guarantee somebody that they're a permanent sub, you come every day and go to Campbell High. I don't think there's going to be a day that we're not going to have something for that person. And even if there wasn't somebody out, we would have something for that person. So we just want to be strategic in the way we procure and then retain our subs.
So you want to have a sub per school, a designated sub per school with maybe a slighter pay increase than other subs?
That's a possibility, or maybe even not a pay increase. It's just, look, you don't have to pick your phone up every day. Just get up and come to school.
Can we focus on like juniors in college that are education majors that aren't going back full time?
Well, that's just it. There's a lot of college kids that right now that are going to be doing it remotely. So
I
that's
thought
a
you had to have
possibility.
a college degree to be a sub. You don't?
You don't.
No.
Okay.
I think it's up to the school board, right, to make that
Yeah,
decision.
so our current policy does not require that.
High
but-
school
And the other thing we
diploma.
talked about too is possibly increasing the pay for subs right now, so that maybe we're a little bit,
Non-competitive, yeah.
well, we're competitive right now, but why not like us be the first spot? So if we,
Yeah, I mean, I think even districts that pay more have sub shortages.
Yeah.
Although now that more people unfortunately are unemployed,
there might be more
there
subs
might
out
be
there.
more subs, yeah.
But I think once we iron this out, we're going to look to get this on, What's Up Litchfield, just try
Yeah.
to promote
Mhm.
this.
Yeah.
So if they're-
Actually,
if we're-
somebody
got stuff.
posted
There's
on
some-
What's Up Litchfield saying, I was looking for it again while we've been talking, said something about bring the community together, volunteer days as a sub.
Excellent. We talked about, we're going to have to really monitor buses, lunches, and recess. So we just want to make sure that, depending on what numbers we have, making sure that we have the staffing to be able to monitor all these areas. I mean, Dan, I think, has added a section into his plan about recess. Do we want students on the playground wearing
Yep.
masks? Probably not. But trying to get students from the CAF to the playground, tracking the masks that they had and then they need to put back on. There's a whole procedural piece that we need to really think our way through and make sure that we have covered.
Is there could parent volunteers be used for some of these additional
They-
positions
they-
if we can get them on a, on a
Absolutely
standard
can.
basis?
Absolutely can, but that what you just summed it up, because if it's somebody else today and somebody different tomorrow,
Yeah.
so then who's going to meet that person, train the person, teach them
Right.
what
You
to do,
can't
et cetera.
rely on
So
that.
it just
Right.
becomes it's an awesome tool, but it'd be great if somebody said, I'll just volunteer every day to do this. I'll come in for an hour
Right.
and I'll just supervise the
If
following.
not, you're doing orientations like on a regular basis.
Yeah, it just becomes, it's really hard.
There might be people who want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure Dan's looked into, for recess particularly, keeping kids with their cohorts, dividing, I mean, I mentioned it at one point in operations, dividing up the playground into zones. And unfortunately, this class has to play here today and tomorrow you get the playground equipment and
I think the only problem that I see with that is that they're with their cohorts, but they're not necessarily with their friends. And that was the argument
I know.
in the past, as
I
far as, people complaining that, well, they can't play with their friends kind of thing.
Yeah, I know. And a lot of people are citing social interaction as a reason for going back full time, but
It's not.
It's
gonna be
not gonna
fully
happen.
Social. It
Yeah.
It's
just
not going to be the
can't
same.
be.
And think about last year when we had a split. What grade was it?
Third.
Third.
Yeah.
Between lunches, and oh my word, somebody wasn't in the same
Yeah.
lunch as somebody
Yeah.
else, and we heard about, and we did our best, right?
Yeah.
But now you're going to segment off the playground, and
well, yeah. I mean, I think again, safety has to take priority here.
So, if I could just speak, because
Sure.
later on in the document, you will see recess, but I think you'll notice that the words, it's really just a placeholder. Sue Seabrook has been good. She's been getting a lot of guidance documents from her many agencies that she follows. So we're going to work on developing a plan to factor in everything so that recess is, but also as recessy as possible. We don't
Good.
know what that looks like, but we're going to work on it.
Good. Tom, have you thought about adding, scheduled breaks into the day for kids to go outside and
I don't think he has the hours to play with, to be honest.
no? And that I guess that leads to my next question about outdoor classrooms and opportunities to go outside as much as possible.
But before Tom answers, he's on delay.
Okay.
The problem I see with outside
Mhm.
tents and anything else is security. We're doing everything we can right now to secure our buildings. We're changing doors, locks, this,
Get a
that.
piece.
And all of a sudden, we're going to now throw a whole bunch of them outside.
Yeah.
Don't we
I
have
get that.
resource officers at the school that can be outside?
I get that. I think we're
Have you
asking.
given thought to mass breaks and how you might manage that and the outdoor piece?
We're going to have to talk to our teams about how we're going to work that in. it's really going to boil down to what our schedule ends up looking like, our numbers, and then, I mean, already we have, like, our 8th graders go for a walk every day. It really just depends on our numbers and what the final schedule ends up looking like. But absolutely, we can work those breaks into the day.
Well, and if you think about it, Brian, I mean, our classes, we have kids going outside for recess. We have kids going outside for gym.
I know that.
I think if we can make outdoor classrooms a possibility, I think that's a great thing for kids.
I would
well,
like to
keep
see
in
the
mind-
option for kids to eat outside too.
Yeah.
They have that at CHS.
Like, I think one thing we missed is, yes, there's hours, but if an 8th grade teacher wants to take their class outside for a 5-minute walk to refresh them, that's not against the rules, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we should
Right.
encourage that. Not all
As long
at
as they have a
once.
cell phone or a walkie-talkie.
There's no reason they shouldn't be. I don't care if it's
And if you're walking around the school, I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't encourage a walk into the woods
Yeah.
down to GMS.
Right.
You could bring them just into the open areas like
Just,
at LMS,
you
they
know,
have like 2 different open areas.
stay away from the windows, and
Right.
we're gonna take a 5-minute
Within
break. It'd be
The
nice if we,
Yeah, the courtyards, thank you.
honestly, it'd be nice if we encourage that in some type of schedule, just because, it's gonna be stressful for everybody too, and get them outside, get them a little breath of fresh air without the mask on.
Well,
go from there.
and we have had a conversation about picnic tables, and actually the courtyards at both LMS and GMS are underutilized spaces.
Absolutely.
Those are secure
years.
outside areas. So,
Yep.
there's, again, possibilities that come along with
Okay.
this.
Even just walking out, like you said, to the courtyards, for like Rob said, 5 minutes is a break in
It
itself.
doesn't
Yeah.
take much.
I mean, I've heard plans where teachers are instead of bringing in crayons, you're bringing in a Home Depot bucket. And when we go outside, that's your seat, and you put everything you need to learn in the bucket and a clipboard, and there you go. So I think using outside classrooms, outside learning spaces is going to be key, at least until the weather changes. So is that a no on the tents and picnic tables, or was that?
Are we talking about that later?
It's a yes on picnic tables, because
Okay.
we are trying to get those, but permanent tents set up outside, we haven't planned for that, so.
And I think
There are
at
tents in the
GMS,
budget,
Broccoli, we're going to encourage it, but we can't rely on it just because of where we are in the valley and the water table. That
Right.
we get a pretty good sprinkle, and it's pretty unusable grass space. So
Yeah.
it'll be encouraged, but we just can't count on it as a kind of permanent or even semi-permanent solution.
Maybe the baseball field, though, is a better option. I think it's a little drier than the other fields.
Up on the hill.
Yeah, down the hill.
So we're also talking about our nursing staff. So we have 3 medical staff who are taking on extra responsibilities in the midst of this. And I think if one of them were to become ill and not able to be in, we're in a pickle. So we're looking at our sub-nurse pay, and, are they going to be able to keep up with this? Are there administrative assistants who can help out with some of the stuff that needs to be done? So it's really realigning the work.
Okay.
And doing our best. But I'm worried if all of a sudden the nurse goes down,
Right.
because they're on the front line doing this
Yeah.
work. So 2 other things here quickly. So we've explored the idea of early retirement. If there were to be a staff member who came forward and said, you know what, I've read this plan and I was going to retire at the end of this year. I just don't want my last year to be this. Can you help me out? I think we have to be flexible to that and ready to take work with it. There's some financial pieces we would have to work our way through. But I think we want to be open to somebody who comes forward in that scenario. And the other is a leave of absence. There's a clause in the contract that they can ask for it anyway. But, if somebody who reads this and just says, this is too overwhelming and I've got all this other stuff going on at home, I can't do this, then let's work with them using the existing contract language to get a leave. Because again, knock on wood, I'm optimistic that by this time next year, we're looking at something different. I would like to think that's going to be the case. Every now and then you read one of those scary articles that says, this is going on for a few years, but let's not worry about that yet. A leave of absence is something that we ought to work with our staff on. So try to bring this to closure. We've got sections here on actually, that brings me to athletics as the next thing. So based on feedback from the board, We added in the clause that the NHIA had delayed the start of the season until September 8th. That was something that got announced right before we had our meeting last Thursday. So we put that in here. The other thing is that we realized the wording of the report, the draft report, was kind of inconsistent because it said, here are decisions as if decisions have been made. They really weren't. They were just recommendations. So I know the emails are easily running 2-to-1 on sports. A lot of people are very passionate about the sports thing, and I get it. I mean, I recognize the need to have a good, vibrant athletic program and co-curricular program. But right now, the NHIA has delayed stuff till September 8th. That they're taking a let's wait and see approach, and I would say let's take a wait and see approach. So our students continue to condition. We're following all the rules. We're maintaining physical distancing during our pre-season conditioning that we do. So that is continuing. And then official practices can't start until the 8th, and we'll see where we are.
Now, can I ask?
So if we're waiting, I think we need to get rid of competitive season canceled.
Hang on, Bill, you're number 5 talking at once.
That's exactly what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, the language in here,
Just get rid of the competitive season canceled
yeah.
on all the sports, because
Or
they're
you
not
could say
canceled.
competitive season decision pending, you know?
Are we on phase 3 of
Yes, we are.
we have moved on to phase 3. We could have a camp.
You can't play other schools, but you can inter-squad scrimmage. You can have,
And we
Can't have
can do
practices.
that.
no, you can't have practice. Well, you can have 2 hours a week because it's summer until
Right,
September
without
8th.
the coaches.
You can have technically, actually, I think they expanded it to 4 hours a week, if I'm not mistaken, but you can go. It's still only supposed to be 2 days. My one question, Mike, is I know in the Lakes region, the schools are already reaching out because I guess the word leaked rather horribly that schedules are gone and you're going to basically make your own schedule. Has Josh started reaching out to?
I don't know what Josh has done. Bill, do you want to jump in with where you think things are, and then we'll get the wording right on this?
Absolutely. So the NHIA, Jeff Collins sent out an email today. So even though, for example, practices can start September 8th, soccer can't start playing games until September 18th.
Okay. It's 2-week preseason.
Did he freeze or did he stop talking?
He froze.
Okay. So, I'm sure before he comes back,
Yep. He froze again. Ooh.
Yeah.
That doesn't look good.
because they're not canceled, and still,
They set up varying dates here for how sports can proceed. And it depends on the intensity level of the sport, the physicality, the connection with other kids.
and all that. So I just think that part, because people still look at that, and you look at this right now, football's canceled, volleyball's canceled, soccer's canceled.
Still confusing.
Yeah, it's not canceled. Right now, it's just pushed out to a different date.
Yeah. So again, that was a recommendation, but let's strike that sentence.
Yeah.
So we'll take out the competitive season canceled under football, soccer, and volleyball.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the language,
Rest
I
is
skimmed
okay.
it quickly. I think the rest of it's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
the last sentence for football, you probably,
Oh.
because that's basically saying the season's been canceled.
What's that?
Option of intramural, interscholastic.
You could still do that,
Yeah, I
Yeah, but
think
it's,
that's fine.
but
because you can do it right now.
But it says, no, you can't do it right now. It's not allowed. Option of intramural, I just get rid of that because and I think it's under soccer also. Actually, it's under all 3.
Yeah.
I think if you end it at that, if coaches and
Or
players
should
agree.
football ultimately be canceled, option of intramural or inter?
You know, I would just get rid of everything that says football, volleyball, soccer.
I would just keep that second sentence in each one. If coaches and players agree for now, for the summer, because the last sentence is saying
Right, for
you know,
now.
What's that?
For now,
For now.
until the date that comes
Yeah.
up.
And then that last sentence is just saying that intramural. I mean, that's,
So number 3, can we define local?
what they're
Is it
looking,
New Hampshire?
what they're
Is that
looking at,
local?
what they're looking at is any school can play potentially any school can play they think they're going to make their own schedules. So I was told my schedule's basically gone probably, and I'm going to be playing Lakes region teams. So I was told 6 to 10 games to look forward to.
So we could play like Hudson National
And then-
just to Bedford.
Yeah, and then there'll be an open
Some people
tournament.
might interpret local as like Hillsborough County.
It depends, and I've even heard
So-
for like Litchfield, you might have the option of playing, Londonderry's JV team. I mean, I'm not saying this could happen, but I've heard they're going to be very open, and then there'll be an open. I think they're hoping to have an open Division 1, 2, 3, 4 tournament at the end, where everybody makes it and it's a one and done.
Okay, so it could be New Hampshire.
No, it's only New Hampshire, but it's local for the regular season, and then hopefully an open tournament to end the season.
I think as time goes on, you're going to
It's
get more
gonna- it's gonna-
information.
it's gonna
Same thing
firm
happened in
up.
the spring.
Don't know right now.
But as far as today goes, we're following the NHIAA rules, phase 3 opening.
But remember, the NHIA has been very clear that they do not have sports teams. They sanction.
They sanction the sports teams
Right.
and they give guidance.
And so it's really up to the board to decide what we're going to do. But I think taking the time, the fact that they're sanctioning when you can practice and you can't. If I heard Bill correctly, we can't even have a game until September 18th.
Right. Yeah, we're still on hold for all
Time is on our side at this point. So
Yeah.
Right.
And I just like to say the thing for me, Mike, is of all things we're talking about tonight, is the kids getting on the bus for the first game, we can pull them off then. There's no financial impact. So canceling sports before we have to, I think, is kind of silly.
To piggyback on that comment, though, I'm wondering, what if our guidelines and our recommendations, our plan says on buses the kids are socially distant and all of that, does that hold true for intramural, for co-curriculars and athletics?
It does.
Are we going to need 5 buses to transport the football team, and what's the cost implication
And
of that?
that's what we have
Number
to look at when
4,
it comes to that.
review
because-
requirements to
And I
travel
have heard
on
NH,
buses.
they haven't done it officially, but NHIA, I guess, has said all rules are on the table. So
Okay.
transporting your own students.
Because that's district-wide. I think Nashua or Hudson, I can't remember. You can sit side by side as long as you're wearing a mask.
Yep.
It's just our special rule. As long as kids aren't driving to games, I have a huge problem with
I think
We
they're
need to
gonna-
look at
I
number
think they're gonna
4
allow
then.
that.
Could we allow student athletes with a signed waiver to be able to drive themselves to practices and home events?
They drive-
Yes,
they
to
drive
home,
themselves to
that's
practice
all within
Alright.
Litchfield. I don't
And
want
home-
kids driving all
Okay.
over. It's an-
Okay, so, and also
in
can we allow
anything.
parents to drive to away games?
Correct.
Yeah,
Well, NHIA hasn't ruled yet, but I think they're going to allow it. I think. Could be
well,
my guess.
parents can drive. This goes for music, any type of extracurricular. I don't want to see students driving outside of Litchfield.
So I had
Personally.
one other thing on this, because I know a lot of teachers, or coaches, or they advise co-curriculars. And I would like to see some type of flexibility that if a co-curricular advisor was unable or unwilling to run a co-curricular, that a one-time replacement be offered this year.
How do you mean?
I think that a
There's
lot
stipend
of,
positions anyway,
Yeah.
so there's
There's
stipend
no-
positions.
oh, they said, I didn't know if maybe they were like somebody who was a long-standing person of a co-curricular might be afraid of giving it up because then they wouldn't have like the first right to do it the next year. And I just
I
didn't
think they have to
want them
apply
to
every
feel
year,
that.
don't they? They have to apply
Yeah.
every year for that.
They don't apply, they just.
Yeah, once somebody's been doing it for a while.
Yeah, like Chris Israel does the Scarecrow Jamboree.
But here's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. If somebody doesn't want to do it, I would like there to be an opportunity for somebody else
It would
to do it.
automatically-
So
It would.
you're
Yeah.
saying there would?
Yeah,
Okay.
automatically.
All right, good.
So we're in agreement, co-curriculars will run.
Yep.
Oh.
It says in here they have to be virtual.
Whoa, nope. I'm sorry, co-curriculars?
Yeah.
If I,
Not all.
if I can.
Not all, not all.
We'll
but
Oh,
talk
Bill
about
has a
that. Anything
question.
after school, no.
Who?
Why?
Bill,
Because everything's shut down after school.
they,
Athletics is running.
That's not in the school.
It's after school.
It's not in the school.
so what it says is meet virtually whenever possible. And it says no large group meetings, events, assemblies until further notice pending approval. So
So I know we talked yesterday in the task meeting, So
Again, I
it doesn't
didn't see
change.
that.
like PTO meetings
Yeah.
would be virtual. Like booster clubs,
Until further notice.
Right. they would do virtual meetings. And stands to reason, if we're not allowing any other outside groups into the schools,
Mhm.
then same thing with them. They have the ability to meet virtually.
It's to allow cleaning too. Time for.
Yeah,
cleaning.
that's fine. I just think by shutting all after school co-curricular activities down, there's a lot of kids that rely on that's their sole motivation. All the things that we talked about for athletics, those kids will not be getting those, will not be able to participate in those things.
Outside.
Theater? No, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, some of those things just, you can't do theater. I mean, first of all, even if you prepare for it, we put an audience in there to.
well, no, but
watch.
I think there's an equity thing there, but go ahead.
So Mike, if I can speak for just 1 second.
Of course, Bill.
In terms of my staff, in most of my co-curricular positions, I have staff who have volunteered to assume those positions again without a whole lot of difficulty. I mean, there are a couple of, I can't recall off the top of my head, but there are a couple of co-curriculars that I do not have staff, but for the most part, all of them have people who have contacted me and been interested in assuming them. So that's the first thing. So I think, Mike, in line with what you were saying in terms of no large groups, we can do virtual stuff, we can do small group things. I think we're going to accommodate that without a whole lot of difficulty with respect to class events, with respect to NHS, student council, and those things. We've got to be careful and judicious in how we do that. But I think you're right. I think there are challenges with respect to some of those larger opportunities like a theater program and those things. So I think that, we're gonna have to sort of fine tune that and figure out where we're going.
Well,
The other thing, just to float back for a second, I looked at the email from Jeff Collins. The 2 low risk sports were golf and bass fishing, and those can start on September 10th. Okay. The others, moderate risk, is September 18th, and then football and spirit are September 25th before they can have their competitions. So I just wanted to make sure I had that clear.
I think all co-curriculars should be able to run, even theater.
I
They can
agree.
come up, they just have to adapt.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. We need to give them the opportunity to do these in some safe form.
Why can't the student council meet in the library after school? They're there. Well, most of them will be,
Well, and that's why I have a problem with everything shuts down when dismissal happens. I mean, that school is hopping after school. First robotics. I mean, all of our robotics teams.
Oh,
are
we can't
saying,
have
no,
those?
We can't have those because the schools are
We
closed.
might not have
If we can have
competition.
if they can operate safely within a classroom, I feel like we should give them that opportunity.
I think it's up to the club advisor to come forward with a proposal. So what am I
Okay.
proposing to do? How will I do it safely?
Mhm.
So if somebody says, here's how we're going to do a play
Mhm.
and how we envision performing for the community,
Mhm.
because, I mean,
CCTV.
yeah. And
Stream
so
it.
if
Yeah.
they come up with a plan, they figure that out, and it meets all the guidelines. Of course, we're going to work with them, but we do say virtually whenever possible.
Mm.
Like student council, I'm sorry, I think that could be a meet. You could conduct it just
Yeah.
as we've had our
Yeah.
meetings.
But I disagree with closing the schools down after school. I think if they can meet safely in a classroom and they can follow the guidelines and precautions, I think we need to allow them to do that.
Co-curricular?
Yes.
Okay, but I don't think groups like PTOs and things like that should.
No, I'm fine with that because we said that the schools are closed to outside use.
Student-led
Right.
things.
But co-curriculars.
And I suppose if you picked
Yeah.
a classroom that had a exterior exit so that they could clean their.
The auditorium has plenty of room,
Right.
Well, but
Then it's more to clean.
that'll be used.
but we could say that to the advisors.
Well, I think, yeah, that just needs to be made clear to the advisors of all these clubs, right? They need to,
And
Clean
we'll-
up behind
and-
you.
And we'll challenge them to come up with
Yeah.
the proposal.
I agree with
Bill, are
that.
you trying to get a word in? You had your hand.
Good luck.
I do think those are things we can work with the club advisors and the organization advisors. Student council meets before school typically. Okay, well, I don't think you're going to get 38 students into a classroom and do that in a way that's socially distant. So, correct. Maybe they go to the Learning Commons. Maybe they go to the auditorium and they hold the meeting there. I think there are ways to do that. I think we also just have to be concerned in terms of the activities that they're doing, the volunteerism, the contributions, the civic stuff, those things. We just need to make clear that what the expectations are on those things. because we have a lot of students who are going to be trying to do the National Honor Society, volunteer work, or National Arts Honor Society, or for the chorus and theater program for Triangle. So we just need to be working with the advisors and the teachers and the students to ensure that we can do those things in a way that's safe and appropriate for people. And I think we can do that. We just have to be really careful.
Not tonight.
I thought the school was just closed to non-school related organizations. I didn't.
That's how
realize
I
was
read it as
after
well.
school. I didn't realize it was after school. It's in here somewhere?
Well, part of what we're trying to do with like the custodial flex. So if we're going to take somebody from second shift and flex them in,
Yeah.
you have to kind of count on not having as much to clean up from outside organizations.
Right.
So that's a factor. And we're already getting some outside organizations are trying to book the building. So we've held off on any approvals pending where you land on this.
No, well, we have the fire station. The fire station community room is ready for use.
Is it open?
Talent.
Are they
Yeah.
open?
I think you have to reserve it, but there's a process to do that.
Are they allowing it though?
I'm
Oh,
not sure if it's open yet.
mean,
I don't
this
even
buil-
know.
this
I have a
building is
feeling
still
it's not
closed.
I
This
know.
building's still closed still?
This still is, yeah.
It's only for official meetings like this, but it's not open to the public.
So I think once this place opens up, then I think the fire department will open up.
I have one more thing about the bus. I missed that section. So.
Yep, no, it's good.
Um,
There's a lot in there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
I have a big challenge with making transportation decisions for the year. And I would like to see if there's a way that we can do it by semester at least. I understand the scheduling challenges, but I do know from my perspective, I don't think I can commit because I don't know what my work situation is going to be. I don't know. I can't commit to driving my kids every single day, but I think that, so in my case, I would have to choose the bus. And so there's probably 2 days out of 3 that they may not even take the bus. But I would have to make that choice. And so I just feel like there are a lot of parents probably in a similar situation that I think doing it by a semester would be a wiser.
So
more
semester by
accurate-
January,
more accurate
end of January, is that
assessment.
when, end of January, is that when the semester ends?
Michelle, how do you feel about, semesters, so you would regroup midway through?
That's
Quarters are another natural break, but that's more frequent regrouping. So
exactly. I'm trying to
Michelle
kind of
probably
split
has
the
best handle
difference.
on it.
I know that when we have to make changes for winter stops, it confuses people. And bus drivers sometimes get confused,
Tara, I would think that
hopping on and
we would
off.
rather see,
What?
like yourself.
Okay.
And I'm thinking anyway, are you going to be taking the bus? We're not asking you to take it 5 days a week. Are you going to take the bus? So yes. So then you have all the people that are going to be taking the bus, and that doesn't mean that they're all on the bus the same day, but it's never going to escalate. Right? I mean, just because there's going to be weeks, maybe the boys are going to be on there 5 days a week.
Well, then what I'm saying is you're not really getting huge economies of scale because you're planning for
You're gonna plan
a lot of
for-
people who aren't going to actually be on the bus.
But we're planning for all the people who say they're going to be on the bus. Does that make
Right,
sense?
so they'll be somewhere in between, right? I'm
Right.
just saying it would
So
be
you have-
probably
You can-
more
but you know what
efficient.
happens?
But that, if
But you know what your ceiling is.
I know exactly what you're gonna
If that
say.
happens, now we're looking at
Two
double
seats.
runs or 2 people in a seat, every seat.
No, I think the people who,
We only have 9 buses.
I realize that, but I think the people who are going to take the bus are going to say they're going to take the bus. People that are dead set against putting their child on a bus will not put a
But
child on
then
a
I
bus.
have people who I have to know who's doing PM stops only, who's doing AM pickups only.
But Tara's kids will be taking up 2 spots for
Yeah,
somebody
I mean-
2 days that we don't know. Do you know what I mean?
They're not really taking up spots. because.
Well, there'll be empty
taking a
spots when
row.
they're not
Well,
there.
they'll be
Yeah.
empty.
There'll be more
they'll
space.
empty. Some buses
Yeah.
are gonna get on and just take those seats.
Right.
We're not gonna do that.
Like we would be assigning them to the same seat. They would have to
Right.
know when they're riding the bus, they're sitting together. I've told my girls that, like, you're gonna sit together. I know you don't want to, but that's the way it's
I know,
gonna
which is
Just
why they
thinking
would
that.
prefer to be driven, but.
be. But the bottom line is that seat might be empty, but it might allow somebody else to, hey,
Spread
I'm
out a little
gone
bit.
today, so can I, move over whatever, but
It's tough enough just to do the bus routes. If I had probably a 3-week lead time for the second semester, and that would mean surveying parents again.
Yeah.
Who's gonna be on
Or
the bus.
just ask like,
You can try that.
Wouldn't it be less intrusive just to, if a parent really has a problem, contact the school and handle it on a
Right.
one-on-one basis?
we'll make it work.
it's sort of back
Change
to
it
what the
up.
principal said
I see.
about the
Yeah.
hybrid. So we did a
Yeah.
strict division by alphabet, 'cause you have to start somewhere. But if a parent were to come forward and say, our neighbors are in the other half of the alphabet, they're the ones who are transporting and watching, the kids play together all the time anyway, can we just switch? We're going to take those as one-off requests. So it'd be the same thing. Like if you're
All right, as
employment
long as that's
situation
known
changed,
to people.
and you could call Michelle and just say, hey,
Yeah.
we've had a change in our family situation.
Yeah, and we'll
Just-
still use that alternate transportation form, just in case you do have that change.
And just
But
say.
as long as it doesn't upset the route so much that the kids get confused, because that's what I get nervous about.
Right,
Kids getting confused, what bus am I on now?
right.
Second half of the year, I'm on a different bus.
Could you just put the disclaimer at the bottom and extenuating circumstances, contact your school's
Yeah.
administrator?
I mean,
That goes
we'll
for
make it work.
everything on this
We'll
plan.
make it work.
It's true.
We'll make it work.
But
I mean, I
again-
don't see 20 kids wanting to get
No.
on
So
one
another
bus.
overused
I just
word
feel
is-
bad selecting the bus when I know less than half the time they're probably not gonna take it. That's the thing.
But I would think if you think they're gonna take it a quarter of the time, you want to select bus.
Yes, you
That's
do.
what I'm saying.
At any given, yeah, right.
And I think I have to put that in the directions. Like if you
Yes.
think you're
Yeah.
gonna use it, a couple days a week.
Yeah.
You
Right.
gotta put
I
it.
think you want to know what the maximum
You wanna
ridership's
plan
going
for
to
the
be.
max. Yeah.
Another word that's used a lot is nimble, but I do think an organization
If
our
anybody has
size-
nimble on your play at home reopening bingo, nimble.
Nimble, pivot, flexible.
Flexible,
Got it.
yeah.
We covered all the words tonight.
Reopening bingo?
Oh, yeah. If we said, I'm not even gonna go there. Word of the night.
But I think the beauty of a district our size is we can be nimble. We can make these adjustments because we're not in Nashua. We're
Right.
not in Manchester.
No.
We can be flexible.
I mean, I don't foresee 20 kids in 1 week, 20 parents calling me up saying, I gotta, yeah, my kid isn't gonna be on the bus, my kid needs to be on the bus. I don't see that happening. Probably more like 1, 2 a month, if that, so. I mean, that's all we get now.
I'm done.
But I do just want to go back up to something because Dan's on here and he can, because I know there are several questions that came up through emails as far
That
as.
Tina's questions?
So many questions. What was it?
It was drop off.
Oh,
And Dan had a plan as far as drop off, because I know some parents said, how are you going to do this if more kids are going to be getting dropped off?
big circle.
Yep. So
Yeah, simple as that.
Corey and I met with, is it Dave from the bus company this morning?
Sean.
Sean. And so the new plan actually calls for using the small loop at all. And so we're going to put more staff out, and basically all drop-offs are going to take place in the big loop with constant flow. So the changes for the buses, as it stands right now, is that the buses will go in with the cars and they'll unload the buses, as opposed to, it used to be where they waited for all 9 buses.
Yes.
There. They unloaded all 9 buses all at the same time. So you had some kids
Yeah.
for upwards of 10 minutes just sitting there.
Well, just like at pickup time, same thing. Yeah.
So we're just for drop off, it's just going to be fluid, all utilizing the large loop.
Nice.
And then pick up, we're developing a plan, and we're going to actually, as part of the next round of surveys, we're going to have to get commitments from people who will be utilizing parent pickup. And people from parent pickup will be kind of assigned a group, and what we'll be doing is we're going to be dismissing kids for pickup in groups. And so the groups will be designated by color, for instance. And so the cars will have a purple tag in the car. The kids will have a purple tag on their backpacks, and we'll dismiss the purple group. Parents will stand outside the driver's side of their car. The group will be brought out. Students will be reunited with their parents. once every student is secured in the car, the whole group will go. And then the next group will know because they'll have an assigned time to show up, and then we'll fill it in, we'll dismiss the next group.
Dan, is this before or after the buses?
So this is going to be before the buses. What's going to happen is the buses are actually we're going to hope to utilize the blacktop area.
Okay.
So
Nice.
this is going to involve some traffic policing, lowercase p, but hopefully we get LPD to help us out with this. But the buses will enter through the exit and straight shot it across into the blacktop.
Great.
And maybe we can kind of control the traffic flow, because unlike in the morning where it's going to be a constant stream of cars in and out, the afternoon, all the cars will come into the entrance, but they'll pause there because we're going to be releasing them in a group of 30 cars. So that should give enough of a gap for buses when they arrive to enter through the exit, and then they'll idle. Not idle, but they'll wait on the blacktop, and the students for busing will be dismissed, and then they'll load the buses, and then all the buses will roll at the same time out of the blacktop. That's how we envision it right now.
I'm going to come and watch that, Dan.
Okay. We'll move the bleachers over from the baseball field.
Awesome.
Sean did mention this morning too that he'll send over a couple of his drivers, safety guys, with a couple buses to test that out in the blacktop to make sure that it will work.
Yeah, talking with him, the original plan of using the small loop and doing it 2 at a time was just too unpredictable because we're the last run. If we were one of the earlier runs, they can time it out pretty good, but the fact that we're the last school that gets picked up, the buses will end up being backed up onto 3A. So that wasn't viable. So then we kind of came up with the solution of buses going to drop off the same way cars are.
So if it doesn't work one way or the other, I just had a thought. And then I understand that too. Like, you don't want the buses on 3A backed up. It's no different than cars, probably even worse. But if it came to it, couldn't they just stay at LMS? And then when 2 are done, you just call them and they're down there in 2 minutes or less? Or when you know what I'm saying?
We could, Brian. The other thing that we were trying to avoid too was kids sitting idly on a bus.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
2 feet away and not socialize. We think as little time as they can spend on that bus.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So that's why we went with the rolling plan, but that could be kind of the card up our sleeve if we needed to use it.
Right. I just thought, when you have the territory up there, you could utilize if need be.
Yeah, kids sitting idly on a bus is a bad idea even during normal times. I think it's even worse with times.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement on that, Dan.
I feel like Ed McMahon. Yes.
You are correct, sir.
Would it help to do the buses first? And I ask because right now the situation is flipped. Usually, it used to be that we'd have the buses wait until all the kids were picked up because it was a smaller group.
They don't get there till after 3.
Okay.
She asked if it would be easier if the buses went first, Dan.
Load them up and get them out.
They get there too late.
But they get there at like 3:05. I go by them when I'm leaving work.
It absolutely would be easier, but I don't think it's possible because of they do the Campbell and the LMS runs first.
Yeah.
They're coming at unpredictable times. We'll get 1 or 2, and the gap in time between the first bus arriving and the last bus arriving can sometimes be 15 to 20 minutes.
Sheesh. You are correct,
A
sir.
number of schools are starting later, right? And how are
A
we
couple.
doing
Guilford
that?
is, isn't
I'm
it?
wondering if,
No.
can we adjust somehow? I mean, does that mess us up though because of the whole hours thing?
It's everywhere. It just,
Okay.
We could, our middle school could lose an hour and 20 minutes and still be over hours at the end of the day. You can't do that, right?
Then why don't we get the middle school people out earlier?
No.
Guilford.
Oh, yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're barely
Elementary school.
reaching.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
I think it's an hour. Because we start school at 7.
Yeah, the cost items.
Go till 2:20.
Wow. That's an early start.
I'd like to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a placeholder. I mean,
Kids are in the
you
room
would
at
obviously have to come for individual items. If you have questions, now's the time.
No, that's what I was thinking too, is like,
Or maybe it's
when it comes
45.
out to it, like, hey, we need to hire 3 nurses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
because the problem is, we budgeted, so we have to
Right.
say, okay, this is what we need to do, and here's how we propose. to
Just
do it.
because it was out there, I wanted to know if we needed to talk about it.
It's all, like I say, it's just fluid.
Mhm.
So are we done at this point?
So what about the
I
budget?
guess something
Can we
that we
maybe
are.
have
Yeah.
Corey
We
go
were
over the
just talking
budget?
about-
I have a couple of
Yeah, so-
a couple of questions.
Just on the budget piece, though.
Yeah.
Nothing, you're not approving that we're spending $750,000.
Okay.
So,
We're not gonna
you know,
spend 750.
because
No.
we're not going to, and even then, we can't add to it, so it would just be, diverting it from this place to that place, which is something that we always come to you about anyway, if we're making a major shift like that, so.
I just think a lot of
It's a
people
working
saw it
document
and
right
had
now.
sticker shock.
Well, I
course they
think
did.
too, but on the flip side of that is if we're going to be looking to hire more like long-term subs or monitors or anything like that, don't we need to approve that so that we can get going on
And
that?
picnic tables and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I don't want to wait another month and then,
I agree, but some of this stuff like that, if we can identify it within, like classroom furniture, if we now are buying
Mhm.
picnic tables, because that's where we want it.
Yeah.
And we're not
Comes out-
talking about
comes out
buying
furnishings.
50 picnic tables.
Right,
for school.
right.
So I think we have the flexibility now to just do what we need to do.
Right.
Okay.
And with the personnel thing, like subs, for example.
yeah,
We have a sub line that we underspend every year.
right.
Um,
Okay.
And so I think we just keep.
All it's gonna
working.
do is alleviate Tina, like, you get a phone call every day. Yeah, we
Mhm.
need you now. Yeah, we need you now. It's like, no, Tina, you're gonna come in 5 days a week.
Yeah, no. I
Yeah.
think that's fine. I meant more like, but if we're adding monitors. I'm trying to find it now. I mean, this has us adding,
Additional staffing for IT.
IT. yeah. I
I
mean,
had a little concern about that one.
well, I mean, I read it
Custodian.
as tech integrators. I don't know if that is something.
That's a new position.
We're-
Yep.
We can't do that.
So,
Sure we
what we're
No, we
talking
can't.
about is just, how do we staff that? How do we
Yeah,
make sure?
okay.
So, there's other factors with IT that we just need to stay on top of. That's all, so Jason, we've had conversations about, an intern. So,
Mhm.
you find that student teacher in IT, somebody who's willing to come in and it's like, here's a way to go at it, so we just have to be flexible in the way we.
You could also utilize, like we talked about, librarians.
Mhm.
Possibly utilize them to
Yeah.
do some of the work and coaching.
What about the 3 additional daytime custodians? I mean, these are things that we should approve so we can get on them, isn't it? If we're planning to open our doors for 80% of our kids.
I think honestly, we put so much into getting to this point.
I know.
That I would say on the 19th, we'll come back with, okay, here's what we've identified and how we propose to do
Okay.
it. So
I just want to make sure that there's enough time
Yep.
to order what we need to order and to get it in hand. Back to the hand washing stations.
They're not to be had unless you want to build them.
I do want to build them.
Okay.
I think we should look into that. I mean, that's an option. I think we need
How many other districts are getting these?
I
And I just haven't seen any when I've been going through plans.
Can you rent them like porta potties?
they're
No.
not available. But I have plans to build them.
Hand
You just-
sanitizer, showers.
They're under $10 a piece to build.
Oh, for the PVC,
$10?
for the PVC ones?
PVC and a big plastic food grade drum. They're not expensive. They're not pretty, but if you need your kids to wash their hands before they eat and before
Can't they use the bathrooms?
there aren't enough bathrooms in most. When you have a whole class of kids about to eat lunch, or four
just
four
think-
classes of kids about to
Can you
eat
send me the
lunches,
plans?
absolutely.
That I'm shocked
Yeah.
at that. Because I could build it for $10 and sell it for $400.
Right?
Yeah,
I might
right.
not be back next
There's your
week,
new
I'm
tech
kidding.
ed class. There you go. Yeah, I will send you that link.
And Mike, can we put on the agenda
Take a
tonight,
look.
but for
We'll see.
2 weeks to talk about sophomore, senior projects?
Can I just add something with the portable sinks?
And then the
What's that?
question, Bill, is about sophomore and senior
Not tonight,
projects.
but 2 weeks from now, can we just revisit that for this year and make sure we're,
So Dan, talk to us about sinks.
what's that?
Should.
Yeah, my concern with
I don't-
the
No,
portable
so
sinks
whether or not
is
we
that it's
should.
going to be
Well,
another
what we should do,
draw
yeah.
on the custodial staff. So we actually bought a portable sink for my girls' dance studio so they could open up. We kind of did it as a donation, and it was great, effective. But for basically the way it worked is that you filled a 20-gallon and then it emptied into a 20-gallon. And just the number of dancers, and this is a small studio, so you're only talking about maybe 15 girls at a time going in,
That sounds horrible.
would have to drain the discharge tank and refill the other tank basically every 2 hours. So I'm just thinking the trouble that it would take for a school to be coming through, the amount of, we're going to have custodians working full-time during a section,
Just keep them filled.
I agree.
tanks and refilling other tanks. And I think with what we're already asking of the custodial staff and assignments, would be one more thing that we'd have to factor. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I'm just saying that's
Yeah.
another thing that would draw on the custodial staff.
I guess I would just question if it's any cleaner than using hand sanitizer with the kids touching everything and throwing
Yeah, it is.
paper
I mean,
towels everywhere.
Soap and water is the gold standard. I mean, soap and water.
But if the kids are all in the smaller area with the paper towels, throwing stuff every, they're little kids.
I
just don't know if it's going to
I
be any
think,
safer.
the things we know help safeguard us against COVID is 6 feet of distance, face masks, and hand washing. Those are the 3 things the CDC they put out early. Those have been consistent the whole way through. And so far, we've compromised on 6 feet of distance.
No, CDC is 3 to 6.
I'm sorry.
It
No.
is.
It's 3 to
Okay.
6.
What?
Not after what I read today.
Yeah.
It's saying 3 feet is not enough, 6 feet.
With a mask.
But I don't think they've changed their guidelines. 3 to 6.
Okay, but
that's
hand washing, that's another gift. So now you've compromised, we've compromised on distancing. Masks are I'm fine with the masks. We're still good there. But now we're compromising on hand washing and hygiene.
I don't think we're compromising on
We're
hand
not
washing.
compromising.
I think we have bathrooms in the school. We have to
Well-
look at utilizing them effectively. And if we can't get these things anyways, it's a moot point.
How difficult, I mean, we're shutting off our bubblers. How difficult would it be to
They have fixtures.
really retrofit them with a sink?
They have
But it's
fixtures
one-
that can do that.
See, I would honestly,
$4,000 a piece.
How much?
the money we're going to spend,
$4,000.
I'd
Wear
actually,
gloves.
personally, for the kids' sake, I'd rather look for the money for the portable sinks into water filling stations in lieu of the bubblers so the kids can
We
drink
already
during
have
the
those.
day. Everywhere?
Yeah, there's 2 in each school.
minimum
2 in
is
each
what I was told.
I just feel like we're making a lot of concessions and add it up. I'm not comfortable saying that having 80% of the kids in the building is it's going to be fine.
Well, we just go from hand washing to 80% of the kids.
If you only have 50% of the kids in the building, you might be able to get away with hand washing utilizing our current facilities. But I think with 80% of the kids, the amount of hand washing it's going to take, I'm thinking GMS, to actually increase hand hygiene as is recommended, we're going to need more fixtures. I feel like we're compromising on safety in a
What about
lot.
a staggered schedule? Do you know what I mean? I mean, I feel like
Absolutely,
there has to
and
be
I
a
have
lot
no-
of times where
Well, no,
their
they could just
bathrooms are
stagger
not
this.
in use.
Yeah, stagger the schedule for lunch, so all the bathrooms are free for the kids going to lunch, and they
But
wash their
there's
hands as they go.
limitations there because we have
There's
to.
limitations to everything. This is not going to be perfect.
Of course, it's not going to be perfect.
So we got to look at what we have. Push comes to shove, we're not getting these things until, what do you say, February?
Well, if you order those,
Yeah.
I do want to see what the $10 plan looks like.
A lot of 2x4s and nails.
Dan raises a point, and we made
How
that
labor
point, too.
intensive it is.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden, you now have to empty and reload it over
Yeah.
and over again,
Full-time job for somebody.
so then the question becomes, how many of these do you need?
Mhm.
Or do you actually put in place? 'Cause
Right.
That's a task.
I know. And that's something that we struggled with on operations. And kind of the point that I kept making was our job is to make returning to school as safe as possible and to make sure that we have these things in place so that we can reopen safely.
And I think,
But I think everybody has a different degree of what safe means. And I think your definition of what's safe and my definition of safe is different, and that's fine. That's okay. But I feel where we're making decisions for the cruise ship, we need to err on the side of more safe.
I don't think you want to be on a cruise ship.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If cruise ships were safe right now, I would be on one tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck.
But I think you have to consider that everybody's coming from a different place. And I think we owe it to our kids and our staff and our teachers to do the safest thing possible.
And I think that's what we're trying to do, Tina. We're trying to do the safest thing possible.
Okay.
Can we?
And I don't disagree about the importance of hand washing. I'm just not sure that the portable sinks are the solution. That's kind of where I stand.
Yeah.
Or if they are the solution, it's a whack-a-mole. We can knock that one down, but it's going to raise one that will have to be figured out in terms of the custodial staff or the kind of rotation that those sinks involve.
I go back, when I worked at the summer camp and you had on the outside of the
Hose
bathhouse.
spigot.
Well, no, there were a series of those laundry tubs.
Yep.
And you could have 2 or 3 kids at a time washing their hands, and there were like 7 in a row. And it was
Yeah.
very efficient to go along with
Yeah.
the dial soap and the clean up. But that's not what we're set up for. So we have to recognize that that's just not where we are, and we can't just install that.
Right. No, I know that those aren't a possibility, but I think something has to be in place if we're going to keep our kids safe.
And I think we're trying to do, again, the best we can. If we, like Rob said, maybe stagger lunches, stagger breaks, make sure there's hand sanitizer. I know that's not ideal. I know it's not the best, but it's better. It's better than nothing, until maybe the kid can get into the bathroom because it's busy. And I think the fact that like a GMS where they're going to be contained in their room more so, I think they're less apt to like be, grabbing door handles, pushing doors open, that type of thing. Especially like, because they're going to be there for lunch also.
Right. But is LMS eating in their classrooms or are they eating in the cafeteria?
Tom's plan currently is in the caf. but
And
he's gonna have to-
CHS is eating in the cafeteria.
So, but
CHS.
again, to maintain 6 feet, here's what it means. You have a table that's basically from here to like the other end of where Brian's sitting,
Mhm.
and you have 3 kids.
I
You
know.
have one here, you have one in the middle, and you have one at that end.
Yeah.
So you're spread out pretty far
Right.
in order to make that work. So then you have, I think they're adding a lunch at the high school.
They are.
They have 6 picnic tables outside too.
Yep.
I noticed.
Yep.
So you could put one
But
kid at
two-
each one.
2 kids to a
Sat
picnic
one
table.
today.
Yeah.
One on one corner and one on the other.
Mhm.
It's hard.
So is Bill gonna have to go around and say, Rob, you're sitting too close to Tina, spread out?
I hope
that
that
gonna
they're
be-
gonna let kids eat outside. I just,
We're gonna have marked spaces at tables,
Mhm.
where kids can sit.
Oh, good.
I want to sit next to my buddy. We're gonna have all those challenges, but we're also not gonna have enough room in the cafeteria for more than 51 students.
Right.
We had a table, 17 tables. So we now need to think about what are the spaces are we gonna use for students to eat lunches in?
Don't they in the library too sometimes?
No food in the
No,
library.
sorry. Ooh, sorry, that was my time.
Signs all over the place.
Right, correct. We'll actually look at the tables there, but we're also talking about, we need supervision for that as well. So that Mike or Jody or me, we're going to pick up supervising students in another area in another cafeteria for lunches.
And we're gonna talk about sophomore and senior projects next week,
Maybe,
or 2 weeks.
eventually.
Did you hear that, Bill? That
I did,
not tonight. All right.
nope, fine. Yep, I'll touch base with Shannon, Diane, and Lynn and Denise. And we've already begun discussing it, but certainly there are those challenges with respect to volunteerism and sort of civic responsibility and those things that are gonna make this really challenging for kids. And this may be the year that we have to think about those are not being required for graduation, but we need your authority for that.
I have a sophomore and senior.
What was it again?
And it's not something that needs to be decided tonight.
We need to
Your
decide.
entry is not valid.
Uh-oh. Awesome.
I'm trying to read the chat because it's hard to hear people. And it said, your answer is not valid. Oh, awesome.
If only it was that easy.
So one thing we didn't touch on, and that is remote learning schedule.
What does that mean?
Like what?
I thought we talked about that. Don't give me that look.
Well, because in the plan, it's Monday, Tuesday in school,
Oh,
Wednesday remote, and then Thursday, Friday in school.
You're talking about the hybrid.
The hybrid.
I'm sorry, yes.
So again, we're gonna go back to take a look at that. And you know, if you notice, I think we wrote that students would be in school 2 or 3 days a week.
Yep.
So we talked about not having the remote day in the middle, and maybe having it be a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
next week.
and then Thursday, Friday,
Yeah.
and the next week is a Monday, Tuesday,
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So
I think that
basically, it
makes
would be
sense.
5 out of 10 days. But we had that conversation based on the feedback.
Okay.
I hate to bring it up, but if we have to go to if we have to go to a remote, I think it's too much to ask. I really think it's going to be too much logistically to ask the teachers to teach 5 lessons, having kids coming in and out remote. I think if we have to go remote, the stress is you ought to look at something. No.
I can't understand. I can't understand. I
worried-
can't hear you and I'm in the room.
I'm worried if we go to remote, that the teacher's trying to, if they're doing consecutive lessons through the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, how are they going to keep that up for an extended period of time?
So they're
If we
doing
go
with-
hybrid, you mean?
Go hybrid, I mean. I'm sorry, did I say remote?
I think the difference is it's a different model. It's not a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
But
We make progress every
the
day.
first one called for teachers, the first plan called for the kids at home to be keeping up with the teachers. I just think you have to look at that.
Yeah, that's 50 at a 50-50 rate, half the kids in and half the kids out. That's tricky. As long as
You
there's.
know what I mean?
50
You
to-
teach lesson
How is it
1.
different from 60, what
But
they're
what I'm saying is
proposing
they
now?
teach lesson 1 on Monday, lesson 2 and the kids are supposed to keep up.
So you're suggesting we have less
Almost-
instruction?
Almost like project-based learning for the days they're remote. If
Oh,
we're-
I
if
see
we're in
what
a
you're saying,
hybrid.
yeah.
We just
Well,
can't
I-
count on that.
But I think that's, our teachers are going to get creative. on
Yeah, I just think that,
Yeah.
So-
well, the first plan for
If you're in a
hybrid.
writing workshop model, what you're doing with the students in front of you is
Mhm.
different than what you're doing with
Right.
the ones who are remote.
Yeah.
So I think people are just going to evolve.
I just worry, what did Mary use for the terminology? I forget the word she used.
Synchronous and asynchronous is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I just worry about that if we push that.
Which model are you talking about in Elro?
The hybrid, I think I was saying remote, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I was getting late. So,
Can I ask a few questions that were in the emails that we got? So somebody asked about temp scanning at arrival. We're not doing that for students.
About what?
Temperature scans.
We are not. So we're going to depend on families to do that.
Okay.
The nurses will be spot checking. So we'll have the nurses going around and periodically checking. So
Like the lice checks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good. We didn't talk a lot at all really about band and chorus and how we're making those work.
So the music educators put out their report. I think last Friday.
Okay.
It might have come out Thursday, but the point is, you're absolutely right. They were very late with their guidance, but Carolyn has reached out, and I think what we'll do is the principals will meet with the teacher, and they'll have to come up with specific plans for their
For
class.
in person and remote and hybrid,
Correct.
right?
And then, I mean, I have a lot of I need to hear a music educator say, here's how we plan to do it.
Yeah.
I did ask in the South Central super group. There's just this idea that you're blowing into an instrument, and I don't like they said that the worst is the flute because you're blowing across the top of it, so you purposely are extending your breath out to other people. So then you have to put shields up and all this other stuff to protect against that. But I'm sorry, if you're playing a saxophone, it's not just sound coming out. The air that you blew in is what's creating that sound. So the air is coming out.
Right.
And
I think that it's going to require added equipment and
totally.
space. I mean, I think my husband's a band geek, so he was talking about covers that you can put on the bell of your instrument, so it affects the sound and the tone and everything, but it catches. It's like a filter, My daughter plays euphonium, which has a bell like this, so we're really interested in how that's going to work.
Is your dog okay, Bill?
If something
Sorry about
simple
that.
as taping a filter would be.
If I can say though,
Go outside.
I spoke with Carolyn this evening. And I and Brittany are going to meet Monday to talk about what some of the challenges are and what some of the opportunities are.
Okay.
So we know that it's going to be challenging, but you know, I'm optimistic we can figure some things out on this.
Okay.
Bill, I'd love if you're meeting on Monday, and I don't need to be in the whole meeting, but I'd love to get a summary of that and to meet with them because it's a big question. I mean, the performing arts are very big in town.
Yeah.
And I just don't have a handle on it. I really don't see it. So I need help.
Absolutely. Yeah, no question. And Tom, I'll keep Tom in the loop on it as well because Carolyn comes between the high school and the middle school anyway. So, you know, they all are involved with each other.
Right. And I think it was from her email. If a teacher needs something for their class, special equipment or anything like that, what's the process for them to do that? They go through the main office and the principal?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I think like anything else, a teacher who needs a supplier material needs to go to their principal and say, here's what I need in order to make this work.
I would like to see the music get the biggest space possible for their practice so they can spread out. Like even if it's the gym or whatever, they need their space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the
There's a lot of challenges there.
Yeah.
And both band and chorus.
I heard there was no PE first quarter, so, or, I thought we were saying that in one of the task forces, right? Didn't I say no?
On the high
PE
school schedule, I think they're teaching.
In the health, so the gym would be open the first quarter?
You know, maybe I'll have to pull it up. I think it's just the way it worked out.
Yeah.
A, B,
It's
C,
open
D.
block.
You know, the way the block ended up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that there was no PE.
No,
We
sorry.
haven't canceled
Sorry.
PE.
Ah,
It's just.
I don't want
Right.
another 100 emails about
I think I
that.
thought it was in context of lunch.
Yeah.
It fell the second semester, just across all of the teachers. It just fell the second semester.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Shannon, Josh, and Hire for PE, they're all running EFGH, which is second semester classes.
Okay.
So for the first semester, the gym is relatively open for the most part. So we can look at using that in a variety of different ways. And when we talk about concert band in particular, it's that the music room is not as big as you think when you start thinking about what Mike was talking about in terms of expelling air, talking about 6 feet on all sides from a student. It becomes a much tighter space to work for, and that's one of going to be certainly a challenge in terms of finding other spaces. When the weather's nice, going outside is certainly an option. Using the auditorium is probably going to have to be an option. So we're going to have to be creative about how we manage that.
And the same thing with LMS, I'm assuming, because they have band too.
Right. Right. Bill, one more question about the 4x4 schedule. Some concerns were raised about AP classes, one running first semester or second semester, and the timing of the AP exams. Do you have any more information or insight onto how other schools make it work?
You know, I'm trying to read the chat to make sense of your question.
No.
So
You want
I'm
to
sorry,
restate
Tara,
it?
I did not get what you were asking.
So, Bill, the question was about the AP classes and how we intend to make sure that students are ready for the AP exam.
Sure. Okay, so certainly there are challenges when you think that we've not taught AP just as a semester class. And I don't know what the exact breakdown is, but we have some daily courses that run all year long. Those aren't going to be a challenge when you think about a first semester class or a second semester class. You've got to be a little bit creative. Now, there are online resources that you can use, and the teachers certainly, whether it's Sean or Diane or Kate or whoever, have some experience and practice in using those. It's really a matter of sort of continuing that first semester support for kids into the second semester. The greater challenge is thinking about a course that's going to be a second semester course. And, you know, you're talking about having between mid-January up until mid-May. So you really got to optimize your time working with students. And schools have done a 4x4 block for a long time. So I just haven't reached out to schools that are doing that. But I can also do that with the regional principals this week and figure out, how are some of the ways that they've supported kids, either in the labs or sort of accelerating things in the second semester.
Awesome.
Tina?
Thank you.
No, do you have any more questions?
No, I was just looking over the input that I've received. Ooh,
Oh, the emails you've received?
yeah, they're pretty. Some are short, some are long.
The new ones you received while we were meeting,
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Does anyone have any other questions about the plan? Any other input? All right. Does anyone want to entertain a motion to accept
well, what are we accepting exactly?
the plan that was just laid out to us?
So the plan that's laid out to us means that we're going to look at where we are. We're going to use our dashboard to determine how we're opening school this year.
Right now, the intent, based on the condition, leads toward full reopening, but we'll continue to monitor and examine it and make the call as we get closer.
And I'll just add a caveat to that too, that again, everyone's major concern is that if we deem it's not safe to go into the schools, then we'll just go to the next part of the plan. Because again, we're not going to put in harm's way the students, the teachers, the staff. If we can't go into a building that's sanitized, clean, and can be maintained, then that's when we pull back and go to a different route.
Okay. So if those measures aren't in place by the time we have the first day in school, we go to Plan B.
I would say if those plans are in place a little bit before.
Well,
that
yeah,
first.
I know.
Yes.
I know. Okay.
So I'll make a motion to accept the school reopening plan as presented tonight.
And is there a second?
I'll make a second.
I'll ask again. I just asked a moment ago. Is there any other concerns or questions?
So I would like to just clarify, let me get my, so the decisions that lead to a full-time direction in school at this point in time are the Harvard Global Health Institute risk level tool, which as of today, we were third from the bottom, and because I think even when you were looking at it a couple of days ago, we were higher. Obviously, we don't have attendance data, we don't have staff data, but after the LEA meets, we're going to have information about, what in terms of attendance, right?
No, we don't have, when we meet.
Well,
now that the plan is, or when the plan is approved, so we haven't even been able to assess the ADA letters that have come in from staff.
Okay.
We followed up to say, okay, you need to get some additional documentation, talk to your nurses, I'm sorry, your doctors, et cetera. So we're pursuing those, but somebody can't even say, well, this is the accommodation I need because they don't know what the plan is. So now that, it's full reopening, we can start to design what that looks like. And again, you could have somebody who says, I can't do that. I'll have to take a leave or something else. And then that affects staffing. So I guess my point is it's very fluid.
So for full reopening to take place, what percent of the population of students, what's kind of that in-school cap that we're looking at that would cause it to flip? Because we don't have that
We don't
here.
have a cap.
It's not really a cap, but it is the
Yes, it is.
distancing requirements.
Yeah.
And so again, now we can do a survey, and even parents on the last survey, another piece of feedback we got was, well, I wasn't quite sure how to answer it because I don't know exactly what this means.
planned,
And so as much as we defined it and we were trying to be really clear, people still said, I kind of want to wait and see. So now they're committing. They're telling us what it is they're going to do. Those are the numbers that we're going to build this around.
The principals, when they were looking at the plan, like we said earlier, based it on 20% doing remote. And looking at the numbers from the last survey, it looks like it leans higher than 20%.
35%.
And-
Right.
and if it fall- and if it
Maybe
fall-
a little bit more
and if it
comfortable
does-
with the.
Well, and that's exactly what a few people on the task force said, that if it does lean, with more people, then they're more comfortable running full on, because then there are fewer people inside.
And we have teachers who are saying, I'm not comfortable, but they're still envisioning their classroom with 22 students in it
Right.
and all their stuff.
Right.
And now we're saying, look, we're going to take time to clean some stuff out of the rooms. Teachers are going to have to take some stuff home, minimize what's in the room, just like they did in this room. I mean, where are all the chairs that used to be back there? They've gone somewhere because there's no crowd. There's no need to have chairs in the back of the room. So our teachers are going to have to do the same thing. Then you're going to know exactly how many students are showing up. That's going to lend some comfort to, can I do what I'm being asked to do? I think it's going to help.
So in terms of timing, let me ask this. So if conditions change, let's say a week before school, one thing I'm thinking of is, parents want obviously some time to plan for this, right? What's the soonest before school starts that we will have a final decision on what the dashboard is saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. So when you say school starts, are you looking at September 9th as the first full day? Or are you looking at August 31st or September 1st when we start to phase students in? Because I think those are two different.
Right.
And I think
I think the 9th when everybody's
We
in
don't,
their
the
full.
state could shut down schools
Right.
on the 7th.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
that,
And Tari,
So parents just need to
Nimble.
Nimble,
Yes, they do.
Flexible.
you just,
Be able to pivot.
you just never
Right.
know what's going to happen. I mean, use Massachusetts for an example.
Yeah.
Right? 2 weeks ago, they were all fine until all of a sudden, it outbroke on the Cape, and all of a sudden the governor says, "Oh, okay, now maybe I'm going to cut back." It just
You need a note to go into Massachusetts now.
it's and the plan, I think, is just going to continue to be fluid just
Yeah.
throughout.
Oh, that was a question that someone emailed, was if I sign up for remote and I'm bombing, my kid is bombing, is that a case, that's one of those case by case instances? I can say, I contact my
Well,
school administrator and say, I really need him to be in, or
So a couple of things. Why is the kid bombing?
Yeah.
So we have to dig into that a little
Yeah.
bit. But it's not my kid's bombing, so they're coming back to school. Because
Mhm.
now, what if it's because they're afraid? So
Right.
sending them back into school isn't really going to solve the
Right,
problem either.
right.
So I think we have to really pick it apart. The other thing is I want to have really clear protocols for parents. If the kid is bombing because the teacher is not engaging, we need to know that.
absolutely.
Not at the end of the semester. We need to know that as that's occurring. And so we have to set up a way that we can get alerted to that. So I guess the bombing thing, that's going to happen. But we have kids who are in school who bomb suddenly and
Dig in. Yeah.
And we tried.
and we dig in.
Right.
What's going on? In
Um,
the chat team.
So really the primary decision factor right now that we're looking at is that Harvard Global Health Institute risk, because
Well, that's only one.
right, for right now, but that's the primary driving factor to the,
that's just one part of everything.
that's assuming we can meet all the other requirements that we're not sure right now, given the numbers, if we could actually meet.
well, and I'm still, safety patrol over here. I know I sound like a broken record, but I feel very strongly that if we can't give the kids in school adequate hand washing, we can't physically distance them enough, or we don't have the airflow, or there are any other
We
extenuating
already answered all that. I mean, we
circumstances.
already talked and
I
answered
know,
all those.
I'm
We need to vote because it's 10
Okay.
o'clock. There's a first and a second. If there's no more questions.
so do we all agree that if that's what I'm talking
Say the
about?
question again?
If we
Sorry,
can't-
Rob was speaking over you and I got distracted.
I still
Okay.
have concerns about our ability to provide hand washing,
I
ventilation.
think hand washing, like I said, I think Dan can be flexible as far as moving people around.
Mhm.
And I think if we at least have hand sanitizer at every classroom and every doorway.
I don't think that's good enough. So
Then
I,
vote. We gotta vote. We can talk about the
I'm
same
fine
thing.
with
over
that.
and over. It's just we've been rehashing the
I
same
get
things
it.
over and
I
over.
get it. It's important.
And
Okay,
We all
so
agree it's
if
important.
conditions don't meet to do the full in remote, do we as a board have to vote again to change that? Or does the authority then go to
Mike.
Mike after we approve this to make, to make those decisions? Which sounds like that's what it sounds like to me here.
Right. I'm with you. It sounds like we're voting to approve that the dashboard dictates what we do, and the superintendent and the admins have that decision-making power.
Throughout the whole year.
Which it goes back to, I mean, look at what happened to us back in March,
Mhm.
right? I went to a meeting that I thought was going to be about this and it went totally haywire and we were
Yep.
shut down. We had the emergency meeting on all day Sunday. The board joined us. We're like,
And I would imagine that's exactly what would happen if all of a sudden he deemed that he had to change. I would think we'd get the admin team together and the school board together to have that discussion.
and now we could do it remotely. I mean, we
There you
could
go. We know how to
literally
do it. We have the tools.
But he did, I hate to keep saying it, he explained that earlier, that he would come back to us.
If there's that,
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that either. And I thought that was a good question,
yeah,
Tara.
no, if there's
I heard
that
that.
level of shift, we would definitely have a conversation. And it's not something, I can't envision doing it.
Well, I heard that there would
Over a
be
weekend,
notice
yeah.
and you'd like start, flagging it, but I didn't.
He wouldn't
hear
do it
that.
without the board and the admin team's input.
We would sit down and say, here's what we're looking at. You would know the circumstances, you would see what's coming.
And that would include the start of the school year.
But not
Absolutely.
necessarily a board vote.
Right now, we're planning to open fully. That's what
Mhm.
we've been tasked with. That's our plan. To be honest, that's the harder thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
And so we're going to start with the harder thing because if we can get that right,
And we can do anything.
exactly. I mean, pivoting back to remote at this point, the challenge, of course, is we don't have relationships with the students yet, right? So every teacher's got all new kids. So it is different than doing it in March, but
All right, so we have a motion from Rob, a second from Tara. Anything else? Not. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstained. All right. Tina?
Aye. Nay.
Rob?
Aye.
Tara?
Yay.
Aye.
Yes, aye.
Liz?
Aye.
And Brian's an aye.
Right.
Motion carries 4-1.
thank you. I mean, it's going to take a team to do this. You see the whole admin team, and they've been in the meeting since 6:00 because we want to get this right. People are working hard to try to figure this out, so I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
We don't have any manifests here, correct? Are there any at the school, Corey? I know we signed
No,
some.
there's no manifest.
Good. That brings us to public input.
Oh, boy.
Does the admin have to stay on still? Oh.
Administrators, you are welcome to stay. You're
Do we have
also
any
welcome
public
to sign
input?
off. Thank you for your time tonight.
What?
Bye.
Public input?
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
I was gonna say how to stay, but that's fine.
Oy, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, first public input is from John Sun. Says, let me say that as a former teacher and district administrator over 13 years, I know how difficult your job is on a day-to-day basis. Your work and advocacy for our teachers and students goes unnoticed, and you have to deal with more complaints than compliments. So I'm going to summarize and say thank you for your time as a school board member in Litchfield. That being said, he was very confused by the document that was released today.
Hopefully he just got clarification. on
Hoping
it.
so too.
Wasn't that the email he sent this afternoon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
He
not,
just stopped her
oh.
emailing
Yeah, I
whatever.
had to
3:20.
shower before I came.
Stop. We need more
Um,
hours for parents.
So to have a majority of LEA and LSSA, along with parents who spoke at the last meeting, not be in favor of full-time in-person learning is simply not listening to your community. We all want our students back in school, learning, playing, and thriving. However, the safety of our students and staff has to take priority. Hybrid approach was far better solution. allows us to keep practicing physical distancing, safety, and doing our best to educate students in a blended environment. He said, as a member of the technology task force, their focus was on remote learning. A full in-person return didn't seem like a viable option. Knowing that many of your task force members felt the same way, why are we going against their wishes? What was the point of having a task force? Finally, I have some concerns around the associated costs. He says the need for nurses and custodians is evident. He was concerned about the doubling of our IT staff, which was the tech integrators. Positions are not defined. What is their purpose? And I agree, in that document, they weren't defined. And he feels the task force strongly recommended bring your own device to be considered as a short-term solution. That wasn't fully investigated, he feels. I hope you hear from more concerned citizens today and tonight. That was from John David's son of 169 Charles Bancroft Highway. Carrie Tangway.
I didn't get that one.
That came.
Did
this
you guys-
afternoon. Yeah.
No.
Oh, I got it, sorry.
Yeah, it was 4 hours, 5:22 p.m. I'm a parent of a 6 and 7-year-old that currently attend Griffin. I'm hearing talk of going hybrid or remote. I'm writing to please consider having children attend 5 days a week. It was a great example that, remote learning was not effective at all. They did not learn anything at all. I know it is a tough decision either way, but I figured I would throw my opinion in there. Have a good day.
I think you missed a couple. They're going in chronological order.
Which ones?
Carrie Douglas at 307.
She was included.
Okay.
I stopped at 320.
Okay. Lynn Nagy. I got John Sons at 221 and 158.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I read his this
Oh, I
early
missed.
this
I must
afternoon.
have. He did put a note at the top of it. Please read during public input.
Okay. So you got,
Well,
you
can
got
I just-
Carrie's got Lynn's.
Can I just ask, we only read I've read them all up to that 5 o'clock one. So could we only read the ones that happened after the first public session? So say 7:30? Because I think we've read most all the
Okay.
others.
This was a question about if we choose all in, can we then change to remote if they start to feel uncomfortable? I think we kind of answered that, right? They should be able to, or just discuss it with your teacher. Shanna Dodge said, please reconsider starting the year with a hybrid plan that was presented to the public last week.
I don't have that.
I don't have that either.
That was just to me because public input just comes to me. I've now heard multiple admins and at least one nurse say that it would be the safest option to get kids back into the schools. If we start in hybrid model, it's easier to pivot up to full or down to remote as necessary. Sean Elliott had a question about, she had asked about
I
the
asked it.
daycare. Okay, so you asked that one. Kids in daycare can't get online. Debbie Leary said, if you can't use your own computer, you better add kindergarten to the one-to-one initiative, especially where it's a grant. But I think we determined that wasn't the case.
It's not a grant.
What's not a grant?
What grant?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe she's referring to
Maybe
the
she
CARES
thought-
grant
did she think it
to
was a
buy
grant, maybe?
technology. Buses and cohorts. This is from Michelle Gill. Cohorts on playgrounds work. Fun in the Sun has been doing it all summer and the kids are fine. They each stay with their group and all play in different parts of the playground. It should work for GMS too. Issue with committing to transportation for the year. Right now, my daughter will just come home by the bus. If she goes back to work, she'll have to take a different bus. Some days they're closed when GMS has school. How do we handle something like that? So that would be a call to principal if they have to change their bus plans.
It probably would be Michelle.
Michelle, okay, so that would be Michelle in the SAU. Debbie Leary, if we need help at bus time before and after, we need more hours for paras and most likely admin assistants. Entering the parking lot for staff during drop-off will also be impossible.
I think we got it figured out. I'm gonna go
Okay.
down, right, Liz, and watch it.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna watch
I
it.
want to
I'm
watch
gonna
a purple crowd. That's the one I want to see move.
And then Wendy Langelier said, thank you to me. So you're welcome, Wendy Langelier.
Special ed teacher at the high school.
Yeah. Yep, and I have a couple that were asked to be read, but they were received before our meeting today.
And there's a video.
A video from Nate Cooper, Wendy Langelier, said she was hoping the hybrid model, she said the hybrid model makes the most sense to her. She's a special ed teacher, literacy teacher at Campbell. And she was disappointed that we changed to a full-in plan.
We didn't change anything. We just created it.
From the last week's meeting, the recommendation has changed. From
No,
last Thursday,
recommendations haven't changed.
last Thursday's meeting, a hybrid model was put forth.
That's correct. It was recommended.
Yep,
And we just voted to have something different.
so it did change.
No. The recommendation's still there. It wasn't from us.
No,
We expanded options.
Yeah.
But we also shifted
you shifted the thinking to a full-in model.
shifted what we're going to start with
Mhm.
based on what we know right now.
And I sent you a link to, Kristen Starrett sent in a picture of a hand washing station. I'll send, so it's an outdoor one, but I'll send you one that for the indoor one that I have. And that's it.
All right, and we have no manifest. It's public input. I believe we're gonna go into non-public. Right. Liz,
Yes.
Tara,
Muted.
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Tina,
Unmuted.
and Brian, yes. Muted, unmuted. Definitely not. No. I don't think so.
Everyone needs,
Wait, did someone have something, Corey?
no.
Someone just asked about the, oh, no. the other
No,
one.
it said
Forget it.
muted.
You've
Did you
been
say-
here
I-
since 4.
I couldn't stop laughing, Liz.
What? Are we off?
Good night. You're all set.
All right, now I got a,
I'll stand up.
Thanks,
like an
Corey.
hour ago, I got a text from my whole team started texting me, and I had a meeting